This philosophy exists in movies going back to the early beginning of Hollywood all the way up to the current time that we can currently observe. It is critical that you understand that these shows and propaganda masked as entertainment is really indoctrination. It is programming. There are elite-level and high-ranking government officials who have been working behind the scenes on advanced technology, and how to verge that technology into the human body, specifically, the brain. Whether you believe it or not, there is a war going on for your mind. The only solution will be adherence to the words of the prophets, and fulfill the right side of prophecy. All others will become eternal victims of the beast system. The thought police are real, and in this presentation their agenda will be exposed. Stay tuned.
Shalom and shalom, family. Welcome to a new edition of Hebrew Tribes Channel. First off and foremost, giving all praises, honor, and glory to the Most High King. That's the I am that I am of Exodus 3 and 14. Ahaya, Ashar, Ahaya. Through the name of Yasha, that's Hosanna, Matthew 21 and 9. Yashayah, my Savior, that's Matthew 21 and 9. Through the Holy Spirit, Kakamawa, which is wisdom, that's Proverbs 8 and 9 and 1. Peace and blessings to your family. We back with a new one, fresh off the presses. Y'all won't believe the technical issues I had to go through to get this video to you. So please bookmark it, rewatch it, do what you have to do. But this was a definite work that I had to do to put this out, and I don't think it's a coincidence that I'm going to be going into a lot of the technology and a lot of the things that have been presented to us, to make life easier, which they do, but they're going to be presenting something that's going to make it to where we are going to be proposed with becoming a part of the beast. And this is a sin unto death, family. So I don't want to waste too much time. I want to get right into this. But this is going to be about the image of the beast. What is the image of the beast? How can we identify it? Through the scriptures, through prophecy, through understanding, and through looking at the current times that we live in. Because this is the time that the prophets wrote about. So we're going to go first right now to Wisdom of Solomon 15 and 4. For neither did the mischievous invention of men deceive us, nor an image spotted with diverse colors, the painter's fruitless labor. So this is, encouragement to the believer. This is encouragement to those that understand the prophecies and what's held therein. We are not going to be deceived by these mischievous inventions of men, because we're going to go real deep into the inventions of men and the word invention as well. But it says, nor an image. Okay, we're not going to be deceived by it. Why does it say we're not going to be deceived? But in Revelation 12 and 9 says the world is going to be deceived. So this is a dividing factor between the remnant and the world. Let's go now. Speaking of Proverbs 8, as I did in the intro, we're going to get to Proverbs 8 through 13. All the words of my mouth are in righteousness. There is nothing forward or perverse in them. They are all plain to him that understandeth, and right to them that find knowledge. So again, understanding the scriptures and what it's asking us, are commanding us via the Most High to do, there's nothing forward or perverse in them. I used to have talks with brothers about this, like, what is he telling us to do in his word that we can look and say, no, that's wrong, that's going to lead to our destruction? Find me the chapter and verse where he tells us to do something. I mean, these are what the commandments are for. This is why when, there's a doctrine among many in the Christian church that'll say, oh, I'm not under the law, well, I'm under grace, I walk in the spirit. Well, the spirit is going to lead you into the law. You're not going to say, well, one can't say that they're in the spirit of the Most High and come out here and commit a killing, come out here and commit theft and say that because that's blasphemy. You understand what I'm saying? So those that understand and them that find knowledge, this is going to be righteousness unto you. Okay. It says, receive my instruction and not silver, and knowledge rather than choice gold. For wisdom is better than rubies, and all the things that may be desired are not to be compared to it. So all these riches that are flashed in our face by these celebrities, these athletes, these entertainers, is for a distraction. Because if the average man or woman acted like these people, you would say that they were crazy. You would say that they're devil worshipers. But they can a celebrity can sit in front of you one year and like Cardi B and say her music is demonic, say she sold her soul, and then on the other end you got people talking about she's blessed. Blessed by who though? Because we're gonna talk about that. Blessed by who? Pusha Time blesses people too. Okay, so we're gonna continue to read. Well, and there's another verse by Kanye on that wait till I get my money right. He's like, I thought I could buy my way into heaven. Brother, no, you can't. There's only one way to make it into the kingdom. There's verses that says the Most High is not persuaded with money. See, we're all going to be judged by our faith, our acts, and our deeds. Which acts and deeds can kind of be the same thing. But our faith, our acts, and our words. That's why it says every idle word that you utter, you're going to give account for in the day of judgment. That's why you shouldn't be out here talking to people crazy, doing things like that, because what's going to happen is you're going to have to answer for those words. And you can't buy your way. The Most High can't be bribed. He's not a judge. He's not a president. He's not an emperor. Okay? It says, I, wisdom, dwell with prudence and find out knowledge of witty inventions. So as we walk in the spirit, we are going to find out what the knowledge of witty inventions is. As I read earlier, we're not going to be fooled by the inventions of who? The inventions of men. We're going to be talking deep about these inventions of men. It says, the fear of a higher is to hate evil, pride, and arrogancy. And this is one thing I've always hated. I hate ego, pride, and evil, pride, and arrogancy, which is the ego. Okay? These oversized egos. And Yasha hates too. If you read Revelation 2:9, he talks about what he hates as well. There's a such thing as a righteous hatred. Okay? There's a such thing. And it's for evil, arrogance, and pride, and the evil way, and the froward mouth do I hate. So again, as we go through and we watch I got a lot of footage I'm gonna show y'all. And as we go through and watch this footage, I want y'all to look at how these ruling Gentile nations are talking. There's going to be I think there's one or two brothers in there, which I'm going to point something out about them that they brought out that was funny. But I want y'all to really listen to that. Listen to how arrogant they are. Think about, their ideologies. And we're going to talk about their philosophies of the ruling class. We're going to talk about it. Okay? Because they do care about what you believe. And I know, years ago I brought out in a lesson about the New World Order religion. And I didn't see too many videos on it, too many people talking about it. They talked about the NWO. Like, they'll be like, oh, NWO this and that. And, and salute. I'm not knocking that, But the NWO, by any stretch of the imagination, they do care about what you believe and what you think. They have a great investment in it, as a matter of fact. They do a lot of investment in propaganda to get you to sway your mind to the left or to the right and away from the Most High. So I say follow the straight path, right? So Psalm 106:29. Thus they provoked him to anger with their inventions, and the plague break in upon them. So before I define this word inventions in the scripture, in the Hebrew, I want you guys to check out this video on cloning. I don't throw out when people used to come at me with, this celeb was cloned and they doing this and they got underground labs. I used to kind of like, I guess you could say, I didn't write it off, but I kind of, I kind of did, but I kind of listened because, again, being in this walk and people throwing, information at you or even thoughts or whatever about what, what the unseen hand is doing, you can't throw it out, because what I notice more often than not, sometimes it is just tinfoil hat stuff. I'm not saying that it ain't, but there's times when it's absolutely true. And you don't want to deny it and say, oh, there's no way that could be happening. And that's exactly what's happening. So we're going to get into this video on cloning. So they're going to break down like how they really can clone and have been cloning things. And don't think that they're not doing it on humans. And one day they're going to present it to the average man, me and you. They're going to present it to us as a way to live forever. Y'all check this out.
Same. This won't be on the test because we know about DNA in the mitochondria. The mitochondrial DNA isn't the same. Just push purge if you don't care about mitochondria. We're going to say that they're genetically identical. Individuals by manipulating a parent cell. We could be a stem cell, it could be any old cell that we use. If we can genetically alter, or manipulate that to produce another identical cell. That's what we're going to call cloning. Now, embryonic cloning is pretty easy. Embryonic cloning we've been doing for decades. It's a biology 101 lab exercise. We do it with frogs. Frogs are easy to use because you can fertilize them in a petri dish. They don't need mood music in order to divide. I mean, they're good to go in the water. So what do? We go from a zygote and we go to a 2-cell stage. The 2 cells divide into a 4-cell stage. Are they totipotent at this point? Yeah, they're generic cells. So here's what you can do. And this is how human twinning works, is that we can go in and either with chemicals, enzymes, or physically separate these 2 cells from each other and put them back into the pond water. What are they going to do? Just start dividing again. What are you going to wind up with? 2 identical frogs. Take them up to the 4-cell stage. Separate them into 4 cells. Put them back in the water. What are you going to get? 4 identical frogs. Pretty cool. And you can buy laboratory animals that are produced this way. There's a company in Caledonia that's been doing this with dairy cattle for 20 years. It's a very common technique. And you can't go much past the 4-cell stage, because remember why that egg was so big to begin with? It had all the yolk in it for the developing embryo. You can only divide the lunchbox so many times before the kids are going to starve. So you really can't go past that 4-cell stage. In human twinning, what happens in identical twins, this little cleavage furrow goes all the way through instead of part way, and you wind up with 2 separate cells that do what? Just start dividing all again. And what do you wind up with? Womb mates. Okay. So, here's your test. With what you know about embryonic cloning, can you give birth to your mother? The question is not, do you want to give birth to your mother? The question is, can you give birth to your mother? Now, this is what in the teaching they say, give them some contemplation time. Don't just answer. It's not a rhetorical question. So think this through. With what you know about already, can you clone your mother? Can you, give birth to your mother?
How about that woman that gave birth to her grandchild?
Oh, that's a no-brainer. Yeah, you're just using a surrogate. Well, that's child's play. Okay. But we want to give birth to our mother. Well, let's give it a shot here. Okay. Here's how this works. Here's mom. Okay. Or grandma. Here's grandma. It turns out that grandma's having a hard time conceiving. So she goes to the Grand Rapids Fertility Clinic and says, I'd like to do in vitro fertilization. So she takes the sperm from grandpa and they take the egg from grandma and they do fertilization in vitro. In vitro means out of the body. In vivo means in the body. They do in vitro fertilization. They take it up to the 2-cell stage. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to take one of those cells and we're going to implant it into grandma. The other cell we're going to put in the cryogenic freezer behind the otter pops. Okay? So we're going to freeze one. The other one we're going to plant into grandma. Grandma gives birth to your mother, who gives birth to you. So it comes time for you to reproduce, and you go, I'd really like to have a baby, but that, do you have to do it with a guy? No. Science to the rescue, okay? You remember how mom was born. Mom was done through in vitro fertilization by dividing the 2-cell stage. One we put into mom. Where's the other one? It's behind the otter pops, okay? So you go back to the clinic and you go, take it out of the freezer, and we implant it into you. Who do you give birth to? Your mom. So you're going, that's creepy, and that's hell. No, okay, so, can you do it? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. See, now you guys are thinking, huh? Okay. Well, that's pretty cool. Okay. Can you give birth to yourself? Not in a contortionist kind of fashion, but can you give birth to yourself? Okay, let's see. Clone yourself. Turns out, here we have Mom, okay? And Mom, it turns out, had a problem conceiving. So Grandma's out of the picture. Mom had a hard time conceiving, so she did in vitro fertilization. We took you up to the 2-cell stage. We divided the 2 cells. One we implanted into Mom. The other went behind the fudgicles. Okay? You're born over here, and you go, you know, I'm a pretty nice person. In fact, I'm a really nice person. I'm kind, I'm benevolent, I'm good-looking, I'm intelligent. Why mess with a good thing? So what do you grab behind the fudgicles? The other cell, and we implant it into you. Who do you give birth to? Yourself. Now, how cool is that? Okay. There's a bioethical problem that may arise here, right? What happens if you just want to give birth to yourself because you have a liver disease and you need a liver and you need a donor, or you need a kidney? You see? So we're starting to get into the minefield here. A couple of people going, I don't care. I'm going to reproduce myself. Okay? Well, you can do it. Okay. Twins cloning around naturally, right? A lot of animals do this. It gets up to the 2-cell stage, 4-cell stage, and embryonic cloning just happens. Armadillos do it all the time. Armadillos always give birth to 4 identical twins. Bear and deer, the first year, nature says, we're going to let you have one the first year to practice your mother skills. Every year after that, what do they get? Identical twins. So it's embryonic cloning naturally. Okay, now how about adult cloning of adult cells called somatic cloning? Because are we going to use embryonic cells or somatic cells? Somatic cells. We're going to use those determined adult cells and see if we can clone those. And here's Ian Wilmot and Dolly. You'll have to figure out which is which. Okay, so Ian Wilmot and Dolly, the first mammal to ever be cloned. And they did this in 1996. They didn't announce it till 1997 after they'd actually cloned about a dozen other sheep, by the way. They didn't announce it till they're sure they could do it. It took them 277 tries to produce Dolly. We're still not very good at it because they pioneered a really cool technique that allowed us to take adult cells and make them back into stem cells. Here's basically how it works. What we're going to do here is take this, the female symbol, and then male. What we're going to do is take a female cell. Now, what they did is they took an epithelial cell from the mammary gland of Dolly's mother. What kind of cell is that going to be? It's going to be a somatic cell. If we put it in a petri dish and reproduce, what's it going to produce? More mammary gland cells. By the way, ergo, therefore, the genesis of the Dolly name, she was named after Dolly Parton. Okay? So this is where the name came from, because there were Ian Wilmot from his mouth. He spoke at Calvin here a couple of years ago, as a matter of fact. Okay? And he told the story, so it's, out of Ian's mouth. So what they did is they took these somatic cells out of the mammary gland, and they should just replicate and culture other cells that were from the mammary gland. And they did. He figured out a cool technique of getting them to become undifferentiated. He turned back the genetic clock to make them stem cells. He did this by starving them. If you keep them on the medium to the point where they're just about ready to go into the great petri dish in the sky, and then bring them back, miracle happens. They become undifferentiated. Then what he did is he took these undifferentiated cells. He may turn back the clock of time. I'm sure there's a Nobel Prize here down the road in science for he and his group. Then you get an egg from any old female will do, and we remove the nucleus. We leave the cytoplasm of the egg because there are miracle biochemicals in there that cause the division of the egg. We're now going to remove the nucleus from this mammary gland cell that we made generic again, and we're going to implant it into the egg cell. So we took a gamete, we took a somatic cell, we took the nucleus out of the gamete, out of just any old female, we left the cytoplasm, we took a mammary gland cell, we made it generic again, took the nucleus out, and fused it into the egg, something called a clonal zygote. And then what do? We let it go up to the 4-cell stage, we let it get up to the 8-cell stage and up to a blastula. These are our cells that we want. These are our stem cells. What can we do? We can now harvest these stem cells in a process called therapeutic cloning, where we can use these to make new tissues. Therapeutic cloning is when we're not trying to produce a new organism, we're just trying to produce new tissues. So we have to understand the difference between therapeutic cloning, because our goal is just producing tissues, versus producing an organism. What did they do? Well, They didn't look at therapeutic cloning as I just described. They looked at reproductive cloning. Same procedure we just described. We're going to take a host egg cell, remove the nucleus. We're going to take a cell that we've made generic again from, in this case, the mammary gland. By the way, here's Dolly's surrogate, or excuse me, the mother that it came from. We take that cell, we cause it to fuse with the original egg. It goes through division, and what are we going to do? We're going to take it up to the blastula stage, and now we're going to implant it into the uterus of a surrogate female. And she's going to give birth to a genetic clone of Dolly's mother. Now, when I say mother, I mean genetic mother, not uterine mother, because we have to have another uterus here. So see what we've done? There's a difference between growing cells to produce organs and replace tissues versus trying to produce another organism. So when people talk about cloning, I'm for it, I'm against it, I don't know. Well, what are we talking about? Are we talking therapeutic cloning? Are we talking reproductive cloning? A lot of red flags people are raised by people when we talk about reproductive cloning. But when you talk about therapeutic cloning, if they know about it, well, that's a little bit different. And I'll talk about some applications of therapeutic cloning here in a minute. And so the procedure is the same for basically all cloning. It depends where you want to get your cells. You can get your cell from a blastocyst, that little bundle of cells on the inside. We can get them from an early embryo. We can get them from a fetus. We can get them from adult. The problem is, as we go down this line, what happens to the plasticity of the cell? It becomes more and more determined. What's our easiest go? Right up here. And it's because we don't have to worry about all the other biochemistry that's happening there. Okay, can you do it with humans? Yeah. What happened was that, and we'll talk about in a second here, what government regulations have done. They've caused the research to go offshore. In the Philippines, year before last, there was an embryo. It was actually an egg. It was a frozen zygote, I'm sorry, that had a slight mutation, and they took it up to the 4-cell stage. So they were able to successfully clone this zygote and then take it up to the 4-cell stage where the experiment was stopped. So have we done it with humans? Yeah. We've been able to do organismal cloning in quite a few different species. In fact, the University of Wisconsin at Madison is one of the national leaders in pioneering this. We've done dairy cattle, we've done birds, we've done reptiles, we've done primates now. Primates are a little more complicated, but we're working our way through the food chain, as you will. So why worry? Okay? What are we concerned about after all?
All right, so we're going to get into Hebrew Strong 4, 6, and 11. Ma'alal, okay? That's deed, act, practice, work. You see the original word here, and it means an act, okay? So a deed, an act, a practice, a work, an act. Family, these are the things that we're going to be judged on, okay? And they use this word in the English, as the translators put, is invention. What are their inventions? What is their deed, okay? We're going to talk more about that. So, to act or to do, okay? From allow. So the Greek equivalent often used in the Septuagint and the New Testament is ergon, Strong's Greek 2041, which means work or deed. The Hebrew word ma'alal refers to actions or deeds, often with a moral or ethical connotation. Y'all look at this. It is used to describe the works or practices of individuals, whether good or evil. The term can denote the general conduct of a person or specific acts that reflects one's character. I need y'all to think about this, because it's not just they're going to push it on us in a governmental faction. They're actually going to push all these things on us, like I said, through actors, entertainment, through cartoons, movies, shows, advertisement, you name it, sports. They're going to put this stuff in everything, where they're going to have these people are going to be telling you that the image of the beast is a good thing and that the mark of the beast is a good thing. Mark my words, family. They are going to do it the same way they did with the pow, if you know what the pow is, okay? I'm not going to get into that. But the same way they did that, they're going to do with the image and with the mark, okay? And also, what somebody does, it isn't outwardly. We live in a society where a lot of people, men and women, will sit up here and blame everything that they're doing at that time on outside sources. And granted, your environment does affect you. I mean, we're not going to act like poverty. Well, there's areas where high poverty, you get high crime because ain't no money there. and people trying to survive and scramble and scrape. However, though, you have to take accountability for your actions. You will take accountability. On the day of judgment, everybody's held accountable. When somebody wakes up and decides to break into a bank or rob a bank, they didn't just walk by the bank and say, hey, is that Wells Fargo? Okay, let me get this Glock. They didn't do that. They had that thought way before they were in the physical presence of the bank. For a wife or husband that wants to step out on their spouse, they didn't walk into a meeting at work or an event or a game or go hanging out with the fellas, the friends or the girls, and decide, hey, so-and-so over there look good. Let me go see what's up with that. That didn't happen. The thought was already in their head before the action. The thought was already in their mind before the action. This is what understanding and evaluating and judging self is about. When you know what's right and wrong, when you have that moral compass, that depicts what you're going to do. Even Yasha said, judge a tree by its fruits. But what do people say today? We listen and don't judge. How the hell do you not judge? How the hell do you not judge? Like, so if anybody asks you for your phone number, anybody asks to date you, you just gonna say yes because you don't judge. You're not gonna judge that person. They could be 300 pounds, 5'1", and got kids and 25 of the 50 states. You're gonna be like, well, I don't judge. You see how dumb that sounds? Dumb as hell. But that's what it is. It's about what the acts that reflects your character. And what these elites are doing, bringing it back to them, the acts that they're doing is definitely affecting their character. And there is a great judgment for it. Let's get to Strong's this here. It says endeavor, invention, or work, good or bad. So this is the thing he talks about in Isaiah, distinguishing the clean from the unclean. You got people wanting to do Passover and Easter. You got people wanting to do, Christmas and the Feast of Dedication. You got to choose one. So y'all check this out. So this is more in detail of how they're trying to police your thoughts. There's a such thing as the thought police, and they're trying to read your thoughts. Like you notice with America being the land of the free speech, free this, free that, free market, there's less and less that you can say. Everybody has to be politically correct and not hurt anybody. You can't express your opinion. You can't express how you feel about something. They want eventually to map your thoughts, and they're doing it. Let me show you. Y'all check this out.
The brain on a chip is an integrated experimental platform whereby we have neurons and brain cells that are in a recording device which incorporates microelectrodes. A key use of this brain on a chip is to understand how human cells function and respond to different types of therapeutics and different types of chemicals. The microelectrodes in our devices pick up the signals that are being generated by the neurons. When the neurons communicate with one another, they evoke small electrical signals that are picked up by these microelectrodes. These microelectrodes allow us to listen in on the conversation of the neurons. The brain on a chip consists of a few different pieces. One is a microphysiological device. So this is a device in which cells are cultured, and they can be maintained and are viable for weeks at a time. Ideally, they would function as they would in the body. These cells are grown on top of these multi-electrode arrays. And these electrodes are able to pick up the minute electrical signals that these neurons generate when they talk to one another. So by having an array of these electrodes across the device and having cells grown across these arrays, we can then understand how these neurons talk with one another and how they form intricate networks. And this is essential so that we can understand if we then add a chemical compound or a therapeutic, how does that compound affect how these neurons talk to one another, and understanding how they talk to one another and how that's disrupted, especially in the context of human cells, allows us to develop better countermeasures and better therapeutics. There's a lot of expertise here at the laboratory that's being leveraged to develop these brain-on-a-chip devices. The engineering directorate has a long history of developing implantable microelectrode arrays that can be used to understand how cells and neurons are functioning, both in animals, in humans, as well as in cells cultured on a chip. There's also a lot of biological expertise here at the laboratory in developing assays to understand how cells communicate with one another and how chemicals and therapeutics impact the way these cells function. So the next steps that we're working on now in developing our brain on a chip is to incorporate complex architecture into our neuronal cultures. Our brains are three-dimensional structures, and the connections and interactions between cells happens in a three-dimensional space. So we are currently developing novel devices where we have electrodes that can probe this 3D space and can then start to understand how this three-dimensionality impacts the function of these neurons, and also what happens when chemicals are added. How different is this 3D culture from the traditional 2D culture? And to better understand how the human brain works, we really need to work on recapitulating the architecture.
Oh, what about the brain and IT? I'm interested in bio-digital worlds. We have not only the capacity, I think, in the future to produce a camera with the resolution of the human eye. By the way, it could be a bio camera. One of the things, we already have the capacity to regrow retinal cells at the back of the eye of someone who's gone blind. And these cells automatically connect to the optic nerve so an animal can see again. Astonishing. Now I'm talking about something else. I'm talking about the fusion of digital and bio worlds. I'm talking about these brain cells, which you can see here, growing on the surface of a computer chip. Brain cells are intelligent, and they recognize other intelligence. And brain cells automatically connect to computer chips. They need no teaching, they just do it. All you do is you mix brain cells in water, you float them onto the surface of chips, you sit back and relax and feed them. And if you do that, you will find quite soon that electrical signals start to be picked up by the chips. The brain cells connect not only to the chips, but they also start to put out feelers to each other. They connect to each other, they connect to the chip. You get a biodigital device. I'm telling you history, my friends. You tell me the future. These devices have been grown for the last 5 to 10 years. So could we have a human brain that can go online? This is history. We already did it in animals. We have rats and mice that can think electrically. They produce currents and thoughts which go from one mouse to another. The mouse says, I'm thirsty, and a signal electronically goes to another mouse in another laboratory saying, please, can you give me a drink? If the other mouse agrees to give the first mouse a drink, he gets some food. We are living in a strange world. I am not saying that you're going to have a plug-in module for mathematics in the future or language. I'm just saying we are entering new territory for the future. So, what about other ways of thinking about innovation?
Musk's controversial Neuralink is ready to test its brain chip implant on humans.
Elon Musk's brain implant startup Neuralink is recruiting patients for a clinical trial.
In this video, I'm going to break down all the latest advancements in brain-computer interfaces and bionic vision, from the revolutionary technology to the complex surgery it requires, as well as its unfortunate complications. And I'm going to talk about why this technology will change life as we know it. Elon Musk has publicly announced that his startup Neuralink and its cutting-edge brain implant technology will aim to restore vision and cure blindness.
The first two applications we're going to aim for in humans are restoring vision.
And this is not some future projection. This is reality now. Neuralink.
So you see that even with Elon Musk and the Neuralink thing, okay? Family, again, they've been working on this. They've been working on this. I'm not going to get too political on here, but I am going to talk about it because it does play a role. And neither party is good. If you with either party and you ride or die, you've already lost the game. You've already lost. So he's been working on this for a long time. So the fact he's finding, you know, that the government spending is off here and off there and off, he's funded by that same government. A house divided cannot stand. You got to remember that he's on the same team. They're in the same league, at least. You know what I'm saying? They're on the same league. So I want to get into this supercomputers defined, because with his Neuralink and with all this technology, which I've been struggling with, praise the higher, but I'm getting it together. They want the supercomputer technology inside you. That's what it's going to come down to in the end. It says a supercomputer is defined as an exceptionally powerful computer designed for complex, large-scale calculations and data processing at incredibly high speeds, far exceeding the capabilities of standard computers. So this computer I'm on right now, the computer you might be watching, your phone, you name it, the supercomputer is like 1,000 trillion times that. And technology doubles every 6 months, or it upgrades every 6 months. So whatever technology that's brand new, you can go to Best Buy. Circuit City's gone. You see how old I am. Circuit City's gone. But Best Buy, any of these electronic stores, you know, online, you get the brand newest thing. In 6 months, it's old. And it's been that way for years. It's probably even less than 6 months at this point. They had the internet back in the late 60s. The average American household didn't get it, and really above average, didn't get it till like the late 90s, early 2000s. So they were about 35 years ahead then, and imagine it doubled every 6 months. So if we use that math, if they were 35 years ahead then, they're at least 70 to 80 ahead now, at the least, at the most 140 plus. This is technology wise. So whatever technology, if you could imagine, they would be using in 2080, 2090, they have right now. Okay, I want y'all to remember that. I'm not going to get too much in the weeds in that, but just keep that in mind. Supercomputers are designed to achieve the highest possible operational rate for computers, often measured in petaflops, trillions of floating point operations per second. So we're talking about trillions, y'all. Trillions of operations per second, y'all. Next thing, they utilize massive parallelism, meaning they can perform multiple calculations simultaneously by using thousands of processors working in concert. So, you know, they had one, and it was a computer. I couldn't find a video. I'll see if I can find it. But once upon a time, they had a computer called the Beast, and it was this large. It was just like imagine just a building. You remember on the Matrix when I think it was the second one or the first one. I think it was the second one. It was the second one. The intro where Trinity was fighting the guards, and you know, and she was in this big building with computers. Even on the first one, they were in the big building with computers and everything. They have an area like that. You can't get to it by car, by plane, and helicopter only. It's deep in the woods somewhere. They have this technology, and it's real. And I've seen this was like in 2016, 2017. So, you know, almost 10 years ago. These powerful machines are used for tasks that require enormous computational power, such as scientific simulations, weather forecasting, climate modeling, drug discovery, and artificial intelligence research. I could talk about all of those, but I'm gonna stick with the artificial intelligence research. This is what their focus is right now for you, especially you that are watching this, that are living in today's time. This is their focus. This is why the AI just been booming on the scene. It's everywhere. You can't get away from it now, even if you tried to in the past. You can't even search without AI coming up and all these bots. You don't even know if you're talking to a human until you really listen to the phone when you call places, right? And the second thing is, what do you think that they're doing all these calculations on? What do you think that they're really doing? What do you think that they're trying to calculate? Just think about that for a second. What do you think that they're really trying to calculate? The key features, it says supercomputers are distinguished by their sizable and primary memory capacity, with some systems containing several petabytes of RAM. So these are extremely powerful computers, extremely powerful. Okay, so I want to get into the intro now. There's a DVD. Well, it was a DVD back then, but there's a documentary called Techno-calyps. Like they used apocalypse, but they put tech in there, so it's Techno-calyps. And I want to play the intro. We're going to be breaking this down. It's like 3 hours long. We're not going to watch all 3 hours, but I do want to show you at least 2 hours of it, because the first hour I'm about to show you here is really breaking down their ideology, really breaking down what their plan is. And I want you to look at the captions I put in throughout this documentary, y'all. Y'all check this out.
An army of scientists around the world has continued working in their laboratories. The impact of this work is now slowly surfacing. Technology is about to take over the torch of history and will guide us to a new era. The disparate activities of scientists in the fields of genetics, robotics, artificial intelligence, bionics, and nanotechnology seem to be converging towards one goal: to transcend human limits. It will lead us inexorably towards a transhuman age, an age when more evolved species will leave mankind behind as a fossil in history.
We are shifting to a transhuman base. We've come out of a humanist time, and now we're redefining what it is to be human.
Whether we like it or not, we're becoming cyborgs. We're becoming transhumans.
We have the opportunity now to try to do things better than nature has done.
Why not have a stronger arm than we have? Why not be able to run faster? Why not be able to have tougher skins?
If you're going to replace your eye for vision, why limit it to visual? Why not give it the kind of vision a bat has? Give it ultrasound.
Could you imagine a Versace body design? Can you imagine a Terry Mugler body design? These individuals, the late Versace was an incredible designer. What if he was a transhuman? What if he was an artist who really wanted to combine art and science? I bet his designs for a future body would be astounding.
We really, really do want to violate human limits now, and we're getting closer and closer to the ability to do it. It's what we want.
And here we are in the brain research laboratory. Yeah, here's the brain when it was stored.
Dr. Robert White was a neurosurgeon at the Cleveland Medical Hospital in Ohio.
Now here are some pictures.
In 1963, he performed the first experiment to keep a brain alive outside the body.
That's the human skull here. That's not real. This is a gorilla. See here, when you take the brain out and isolate it, you can take all that if you want, and you keep it alive and live forever. See, this is a human brain actually, and it is fixed, so no one needs to worry about it being alive. There have been many attempts throughout the world, particularly in the old Soviet Union, to take the brain out of an animal, they like the dog, for example, and keep it alive with machinery. Now you can do that with the heart, the kidney, the liver, the lung, all the other body organs, solid organs. But nobody had ever been able to do it with the brain. And part of the reason is we must remember the brain is very delicate when it comes to its blood supply. And so when we finally did it and found that this brain of a highly developed animal had brain waves, had biochemistry, was functioning just as it would. Now we couldn't talk to it, we could send it electrical signals, we could show that it could actually hear and so forth, but we didn't know whether it was processing the information. But the point of it all is that that moment in time also said to us, if you can do it for the animal brain, you could do it for the human brain. This incredibly brilliant scientist, Stephen Hawking, who's an astrophysicist actually, he is now in a wheelchair and literally speaks via a computer. And some people, perhaps unkindly, have described this wonderful man as sort of a head on a computer, basically. But he would be somebody who potentially could survive his diseased body through a total body transplant.
To prove that the brain was in fact functioning normally while in this state, Dr. White needed to undertake a second experiment, during which he succeeded in transplanting the head of a monkey onto the body of another. The creature survived for 7 days before the body rejected the head.
In the monkey experiments, these animals are as much a monkey as they were when they were in their own original body. So I would presume, and I'd go beyond that, I would be assured that the monkey personality is retained. So consciousness can be transplanted. Obviously, personality, if you want to speak of the monkey having personality, can be transferred. And so you might ask, where did this bring us as far as the human spirit or soul goes? And I guess you could argue it can be transplanted.
We are now becoming the objects of conscious design. And the implications of that are just enormous, because we've gone, until now, we've been reshaping the world around us. And we can see how dramatically it's been changing. I mean, we've really reshaped the landscape, and we've built a society and altered society and changed everything that's external to us. But somehow we imagined that we were going to remain the same, that we ourselves were not going to be caught up in this process. And that's not, in fact, true. We are going to remake ourselves. And it's very difficult to deal with, because it will rip free all of the anchors that have until now told us who we are as human beings.
We're at the end of a definition of what a normal human being is.
Every living thing is defined by its DNA code. The DNA is a long string consisting of 4 different molecules called A, T, C, and G, found in all living cells. So it is, in essence, a digital barcode that defines us as humans, just as it defines every other life form on this planet. Only the variety of combinations of these 4 elements makes us differ from one another. The Human Genome Project was started in 1990 as the largest technological enterprise ever, with a budget far outstripping that of the race to the moon, and involving hundreds of laboratories around the world, all with one main goal.
Fundamentally, it was about determining the complete sequence of the human genome, the 3 billion letters that make up our genetic blueprint. And we know we have the code before us, and it's truly remarkable. It is a digital code, and buried within that code is information about what are all the genes necessary for making a human brain, and all the genes necessary for making a human liver, or the heart, or any part of the human body. And now the fun stuff begins, because we get to start to crack that code, having the order of the letters in front of us. But fundamentally, it is very much a digital code.
The secret of life itself, the DNA molecule. A genetic discovery that could give man the ability to create life to specifications. With it comes the power to change evolution itself. Never have we had such opportunity, or such awesome responsibility.
Change DNA structure in the lab is fairly straightforward and it's fairly simple. You can study a piece of DNA to unravel its function. You modify the composition and you see what the effect is on function. That's daily routine in a lab that has this technology. Going from the lab to the person to therapy, in theory, is the same thing and is as simple. In practice, it has been shown that it's a lot more difficult. And the reason why it's so difficult is not that we don't know what pieces of DNA to put in, is that we do not succeed sufficiently and at a high rate in getting these pieces of DNA in the right cells. but we have learned how to do it from nature. What is a viral infection? It's a virus that sticks to the cells, that enters the cells, and that uses the machinery of the cells to multiply itself. Now you take this virus, you cut out the pieces that are dangerous, so that it will still stick and be engulfed but not develop in the cell. And then you add to this some other tools that the virus then can use to cut out the bad DNA, stick in, splice in the good DNA. This is a mechanism that is used now to do gene therapy using viruses.
The ability to tamper with our genes has obvious applications. We can change DNA to prevent or cure hereditary diseases. We can alter the DNA of donor organs that are to be used for transplants so that the body of the recipient won't reject them. The organ doesn't even need to come from a human being. It could perfectly well be that of an animal.
So really quickly, family, I wanted to touch a little bit deeper on this level when we talk about the dragon that's giving its power unto these individuals that are ruling this wickedness in high places that it speaks in the book of Ephesians. And there's some versions that will say governmental powers. Now, I want y'all to listen to this because they're ultimately serving Satan, and I don't care how crazy it sounds, they do care about what you worship and what you do. They actually have a very invested interest in it, family, okay? We're going to get now to the book of Enoch, chapter 7, okay? And it says, and all the others together with them took themselves wives, and each chose for himself one, and they began to go in unto them and defile themselves with them, and they taught them charms and enchantments and the cutting of roots, and made them acquainted with plants. So this is the whole thing when you see brothers, you know, and he does speak a lot of truth about the history of us here, but Tariq, you know, salute to that. But the root work and the voodoo, this African, you know, Santa Maria type of stuff, this came from the fallen ones, y'all. This isn't something that we were supposed to do. This is magic. This is sorcery. This is witchcraft. It's all in the same bucket. And the angels that went into women and defiled them, these are the fallen ones. These are written, even though we're in the book of Enoch, we're going to read a couple verses from scripture where it shows that the Most High, I mean, you can read Genesis 6. I actually have a video, and I'm not shouting out my videos to brag or boast. It's because, you know, you got a couple people that want to troll. Oh, you don't know what you're talking about. Oh, you just said this, but it's that. And you know, I don't have time every time I say something to go into a complete breakdown of it. But I do like to give people the information that are looking for information, not the ones that's trying to troll and be funny with it. This is the facts, family, that they came and went in unto women. This is where the giants came from. The giants didn't come from nowhere. When you talk about David and Goliath, when you talk about the 2 rows of teeth, the 6 toes on each foot, the 6 fingers on each hand, these things existed. You can Google it. I'll show you some pictures I'm talking, but you can go look into this. This is like documented. The Smithsonian has made great efforts, let's say, to keep this out of the public eye. Only the researchers talk about this stuff. This is why I'm bringing it to you, so you're aware of it. But yeah, they cutting of roots, enchantments, right? This is sorcery, this is witchcraft, this is palm reading, all of that, fortune telling. It says, and they became pregnant, and they bare great giants whose height was 3,000 ells, who consumed all the acquisitions of men. And when men could no longer sustain them, the giants turned against them and devoured mankind. So they were cannibals, you know. And it's funny because what science calls the Neanderthals, from my research, from what I've seen, it's actually referring to giants. When it's referring to these ancient beings that were big and brutes, it's talking about the giants. It's just not talking about like early man that we evolved from. That's what they say it is. Okay, you got to stay woke on this, and I mean awaken. I don't want to use awaken on this. All right. And they began to sin against birds and beasts and reptiles. This is where I want y'all to zone in. and they began to sin against birds, beasts, and reptiles, and fish, and to devour one another's flesh and drink the blood. Then the earth laid accusation against the lawless ones. This was the reason for the flood, family. It was them sleeping with the women, teaching them enchantments. They taught more stuff we're going to go into in the next chapter, but also that it says they begin to sin against birds. How do you sin against birds and beasts and reptiles and fish? And you notice they always say that, you know, humankind came from a reptile. Humankind came, you know, it came out of the sea and evolved and all this stuff, right? Family, I just want y'all to think for a second. The stuff that they're doing, like, you know, in the book of Ecclesiastes chapter 1 and 9, it says there's nothing new under the sun. What they're doing today, where they're mixing eggs and seeds and making these hybrid creatures that's been found in South America and throughout the earth, but a lot of them in South America, they've been doing this. This isn't anything that they just started doing. They've been doing this. They're mixing these creatures together, mixing these species together, and creating these hybrids because they're one day trying to isolate those. I'm not trying to get too scientific, but they're trying to isolate those phenotypes to put into us along with the chip. Like the guy's gonna say in one of these videos, wouldn't you like to see at night like a bat, or wouldn't you like to do this like this animal? What makes you think that they're not trying to experiment on that stuff already? You gotta repeat what these people say. So we're gonna go to the next chapter here, chapter 8, okay? And this talks about a fallen angel called Azazel. All right, and Azazel taught men to make swords and knives and shields and breastplates, and to make known to them the metals of the earth. So this is when men started getting into metal work and knowing how to make swords and knives and shields. Because if you know, before they were just fighting with rocks, they were just fighting with fists and sticks. So now it done upgraded, and you know, now we got guns and ammo and nuclear warfare. So it just keeps increasing and increasing in the violence and the warfare. Okay, and the art of making them, and bracelets and ornaments, and the use of antimony. So now brothers and sisters rocking jewelry. Okay, now I'm not saying that jewelry is bad, but we know the people that own and run the jewelry industry is wicked. If you look it up, and the things that people do for these jewels, you already know. All right, we went over that too many times in this on this channel. But again, this is them teaching mankind all these things. Okay, I'm getting to a point here. So, and the beautifying of the eyelids, this is the makeup. Okay, yes, makeup is a fallen angel technology. Yes, it is. And all kinds of costly stones and the coloring tinctures. Okay, and there arose much godlessness, and they committed fornication, and they were led astray. Doesn't that sound like today? Godlessness, fornication, the whole Only Friends movement, 4 million American women on it. Okay, and they were led astray and became corrupt in all their ways. Simjaza taught enchantments and root cuttings, and Amarias Amoros, the resolving of enchantments. So you know, back then, and again, this is all witchcraft. You know, one witch would put a spell on you, then you would go to another witch to get the spell off. You know, somebody would pay this, like the whole voodoo doll thing. I know people don't believe that, but man, look, all I gotta say is do your research. This stuff is absolutely real. And if you want some links, man, holla at your boy. If I'm not showing the whole thing, trust me, view the channel, go to the video section. I got stuff on this because this is what we need to know. This is what's been hid from us. And Biraki Hall taught astrology. So this is where the whole, oh, I'm a Pisces, I'm a Cancer, I'm a Sagittarius. This is where all that came from. People mapping the stars and trying to map themselves into the stars, worshiping themselves. You see how people act for their birthday? Oh, it's Pisces season, and their worship is self-worship. I'm not saying you can't acknowledge you made another year and be happy for that, and you know, and if you want to go out, or if you don't, or if you just want to acknowledge it. But I'm talking about people that take it to the next level and start worshiping themselves. Straight wicked. So the constellations from Kokebel, Ezekiel, the knowledge of the clouds. Okay, so this is people that this is kind of really old witchcraft, reading of the clouds, you know, shapes of the clouds, and will say, oh, this would happen in your life, man. And it's amazing, man. It's amazing. People still do this to this day. Okay. And Serial, the course of the moon. So you got people, the moon, nature boy and his cult. My so-and-so moon is in the 5th house and I'm a Sagittarius. This is where all this madness came from, the fallen ones, y'all. This is why I'm so glad I didn't deal with people that dealt with that once I found out how wicked it was. I used to be into this stuff. Once upon a time, you know, the Most High delivered me from that. Story I'll show for another time. But it says, and as men perished, they cried, and their cry went up to heaven. So this is what's going on today. You got witchcraft, you got all types of astrology, you got killing, you got all types of fornication, and what does it say? And godlessness, and of course the big M word, right? Murder. So let's get to chapter 10. I'm not gonna read it all, but I'm gonna read a few verses 1 through 9 and then 13. All right. So it says, then said the Most High, the Holy and the Great One spake, and sent Uriel the son of Lamech, and said to him, go to Noah and tell him, in my name hide thyself, and reveal to him the end that is approaching. So he sent Uriel the angel to tell Noah, he sent Uriel to the son of Lamech, okay, and said, go to Noah and tell him this right here. He said to hide himself. All right, that the end is approaching. So this is warning Noah of the flood, that the whole earth will be destroyed, and a deluge is about to come upon the earth and will destroy all that is on it. And now instruct him that he may escape, and his seed may be preserved for all the generations of the world. And again saith the Lord to Raphael. So this is, again, they were out there doing the fool. Okay, they were out there doing all this wickedness, mixing creatures, giants. I mean, just this is the reason for the flood, and this is why the second flood is coming, because they still doing this stuff. But this time they're gonna give this technology to all mankind. Once upon a time, when I was researching this, brothers and sisters used to refer to it as fallen angel technology. And you can look it up. This isn't something I'm just making up. You can look it up. This is what the quote unquote scientists and professionals say too. Okay. And again, the Lord said to Raphael, bind Azazel hand and foot, and cast him into darkness, and make an opening in the desert which is in Dudael, and cast him therein, and place upon him rough and jagged rocks, and cover him with darkness, and let him abide there forever, and cover his face that he may not see light. So this right here is Azazel. This is that wicked angel that led the whole was a leader rather than led. He was a leader of the fallen ones that were teaching mankind these things, and basically turned mankind into lawlessness. Okay, so when you look at the word Dudael is talking about Egypt, and those jagged stones is talking about the pyramids. This is why when you look at your dollar bill, you see the eye above the pyramid. That eye is Azazel. I know they say it's a president or whatever, which, okay, I'm not gonna knock that, but I'm telling you, it represents Azazel, and the eye represents him rising. That's the whole Ra thing, when the Ra got the one eye, and you see some of these brothers get bugged out that get into the chemic consciousness and get the R tattooed on their face, and they go crazy. This is why, because they're summoning this evil fallen angel and dealing with that evil spirit. This is what it is, y'all. So it said, bind him in darkness. Okay, it says, and on the day of the great judgment he shall be cast into the fire, and heal the earth which the angels have corrupted, and proclaim the healing of the earth, that they may heal the plague, and that all the children of men may not perish through all the secret things that the watchers are the angels, the watchers have disclosed and taught their sons. And the whole earth has been corrupted through the works that were taught by Azazel, ascribed to him, ascribe all sin. In those days, they would be led off in the abyss of fire. So that's, again, talking about the book of Revelations. And to the torment and to the prison in which they shall be confined forever. And this is the part I want y'all to focus in on. This is why I go in on this type of stuff. Listen to what he says here. And whosoever shall be condemned and destroyed will thenceforth be bound together with them to the end of all generations. Hell was not created for man. Did y'all know that, family? Originally, hell was not created for mankind. It was created for the fallen ones in the beginning that fell and taught mankind all this wickedness. That's who it was for. The Most High wanted to destroy them and have us, mankind, preserved. But what happened is, what did mankind do? Mankind began following the ways of these fallen ones. Why do you think these holidays are so wicked? They're basically tributes to the fallen ones. That's what it is. All of them. Again, that video will be in the description box. All of them. Saturnalia, that's dealing with the sun god. You got Easter, that's dealing with the moon goddess. You got Februz in February. Lupercalia, what y'all call Valentine's Day. All these are to ancient pagan gods. Telling y'all, man, the fallen ones, that's what you're worshiping. You're worshiping the fallen ones. That's why it says, don't let nobody beguile you of Christ and the voluntary worship of angels. This is what you're doing when you're celebrating those days. Even if you're doing it ignorantly, you're still doing it. Okay, so let's get to this last part. Yeah, let me read that again. And whomsoever shall be condemned and destroyed will thenceforth be bound together with them to the end of all generations. So those that's doing this stuff, this wicked stuff, you're going to be bound with the angels, because you are who you're led by. And a lot of the Gentiles, this is the whole thing with 1 Corinthians 10 and 20, the Gentiles serve devils. They serve devils by default. This is why as Israel, we're not supposed to be dealing with their gods. We're supposed to be serving the Most High power, and they're supposed to be learning from us. We're a light to them that they learn from us. But everything is backwards. We're following the Gentiles, and the Gentiles are following the fallen ones. The fallen ones are against the Most High. So you're gonna get whoever you follow, you're gonna get your reward. You're gonna get your reward. So let's get to Genesis 3:2-5. This is an example of Hushatan fooling the woman Eve, and then through her husband Adam. Okay. Again, they're teaching mankind knowledge. Knowledge will get you. This is the whole thing about the chip, and they're gonna try to map your brain cells and make your soul consciousness abide forever. You even got people that want to put themselves in cryogenic laboratories, and what that means, again in layman's terms, is basically you're freezing your body. You see in the movies where they'll freeze somebody and they'll wake up. They actually have this technology in cryogenic labs. You can look this up as well. But these people sit up here and freeze themselves and say, hey, at year 2080, unfreeze me and wake me up, and that's what they're doing. There's people I know it sounds wild, but these cartoons like Futurama and them, it's not far-fetched. It's actually reality. Okay? But yeah, they want to give you knowledge, and I'm going to show you in the beginning the fallen angels giving knowledge, but a knowledge that leads to death, though. A knowledge that leads to death, not the knowledge of the Most High, the knowledge that leads to death. And the woman said unto the serpent, we may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden, but of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, Ahia has said, ye shall not eat of it, neither shall ye touch it, lest ye die. Okay? That was the rule to follow. And what happened? And the serpent said unto the woman, ye shall not surely die, for Ahia, or God, doth know that in the day ye eat thereof, that then your eyes shall be open, and ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. Because back then, all they knew was good. She even said, hey, this is the commandment he told us to keep. We knew good. Now we know good and evil. We weren't supposed to know the evil part. So this is the thing. What did he tell her? Ye shall be as gods, gods that live forever. The angels weren't made to die. Neither was mankind. The angels were never made to die. They were made to be here for eternity, and originally mankind too. That's why he says, don't eat of this tree lest ye die. That means you weren't going to die before you mess with the tree and the fruit of it. Okay? But man want to do his own thing and be as gods. Just like today. Again, nothing has changed following what? The fallen angels. Do y'all see the pattern here? I got one more verse, okay? Because it isn't just Azazel and Hushatan and all these other ones I read. There's a whole legion of them, okay? In the Catholic Church, this is who they really worship. Revelations 12 and 9. And the great dragon was cast out, that old serpent called the devil and Satan, which deceiveth the whole world. The serpent, the one we just read back in Genesis, which does what? Deceiveth the whole world. The whole world is deceived. Everybody thinks that they're not deceived. And they do no reading, no research, no studying, no interpretations, no correct interpretations rather, no reading it in context of, I should say, no real prayer, no real connection to the Most High, man. I mean, you'll be hard pressed to find any kind of, you know, truth out here nowadays. There's very few. That's why it's only a remnant. But it says he was cast out into the earth and his angels were cast out with him. So this is where it all started. This is where you get your Genesis 6. This is where you get your book of Enoch we just read. This is where you get the trouble that started in Genesis 3 and 2. This is what happens, y'all. So when we stick to the word of the Most High, we understand that his enemies is something that we never need to follow, because why? You're going to get the same fate as those that you follow. If you're following the fallen ones, you too will fall.
It could perfectly well be that of an animal.
Pigs would be a good supply of kidneys or other organs to transplant in humans. But because of the difference between the two species, the pig kidney or the pig liver will be rejected by the human. So if we can humanize the pig kidney by putting in some human DNA, which will make the cells look a little bit more human, so that they are not rejected by the person immediately, then there's a better chance that you'll have a take. And this is tried to humanize animal tissues, and it's becoming a big industry because we need more organs.
I think increasingly we're going to start realizing that this body is not sacred. The way we are is not some kind of God-given plan. It's really a pure random accident. We take two sets of genes and we shuffle them and something comes out. Sometimes it's a wonderful product, sometimes it has a hole in the heart, sometimes it has psychosis or tendencies towards extreme anger, has addictive problems, can't concentrate, all kinds of defects. To say, oh, that's normal, that's sacred, that's good, to me is rather absurd. It's random. There's not a plan there that we're thwarting. So genetic engineering seems to me one of the most moral things we can do.
A single species is defined by the isolation of our genetics, reproductive isolation. But when you begin to take genes from different species to mix together all of the genetics that is available among all animals, and also to design new alterations to the genetics, well, reproductive isolation really doesn't have much meaning anymore. And so you can imagine all sorts of forms and that will evolve in the future.
In the future, we will be able to sculpt our bodies like living sculpture. Our bodies could be beautiful electronic designs that shimmer prismatically in the light, in the morning light. It could change forms. It could become a piece of marble on one hand and then totally mutate into some fluid type of luminescent, snake-like quality. After all, the body is an extension of fashion.
You can rearrange the human body and try to make humans fly, even though humans are very heavy. And some mammals fly, like bats fly, but they're much lighter. But it's an intriguing question because it brings up the issue of not just trying to take an injured human and returning them to normal, but taking a human and making them superhuman, making them go beyond.
Our future is not to try and hold back genetic engineering, but to try and use it in a way that best serves us. If our children can be more intelligent and healthier and live longer lives through altering our genetics, why would we not want to do it? I mean, imagine if other children could live for 2 centuries, and if you could only live for 80 years because your parents believed that it was improper to tamper with human genetics, you would not be pleased with that decision. The same thing if your IQ were a normal IQ and all of your classmates were much, much brighter because there had been sort of some biological or genetic manipulation that was possible. You'd feel very angry about this.
Once we know exactly how our DNA code functions, we will be able to enhance our bodies. Human life will improve from one generation to the next as we control and accelerate natural evolution. But a rival to mankind is appearing on the horizon, a rival that is evolving much faster.
Are people becoming obsolete? The giant electronic brain has started cogitating at the University of Pennsylvania. It's made a vacuum tube, like your radio, and it can add up a column of figures a yard long in a second. It's the world's first electronic computer. Right now, it's solving mathematical problems for the U.S. Army, but who knows? Someday a machine like this may check up on your income tax.
So imagine the human abilities as kind of a landscape with some peaks, which are the things we do well, and some valleys, which are the things we do really, really badly. There are things that we do extremely well, which are things that were important in our survival for most of our evolutionary history, things like moving around and socially interacting and perceiving the world. And there are things that we have only recently learned how to do, things like general reasoning. An extreme example is arithmetic, where we are very, very, very inefficient. Computers are different. They are universal machines. With an efficient program, they can do almost any one of these tasks equally well in some abstract informational sense. So the skill of computers can be likened to a water level that's uniform. The water level is rising. And it's rising at a rate that is about 10 million times faster than the rate at which we evolved those abilities. That and a number of other calculations lead me to believe that the highest peaks will be covered by this rising flood in less than 50 years. But once the level of computer competence has risen beyond the best human engineers, then there won't be any human engineers. There will be robotic or computer engineers.
We might one day duplicate man, his form, his body, his actions and reactions, carefully engineered for lifelike appearance.
Non-biological intelligence is growing exponentially. Biological intelligence isn't really growing at all. Or if it's growing at such a slow rate that it's not noticeable. Which is why non-biological intelligence ultimately will become dominant.
Yeah, right. So it's 101, 100, 010, or 001. Yeah, that's all.
Will computers ever become conscious beings? Computers calculate using zeros and ones. Therefore, many people, among them some scientists, believe that they will never become more than sophisticated calculation machines.
The great scientist, Professor Frankenstein, when his monster moved for the first time, without knowing it, he spoke of the absolute distinction between the artificial brain and the human brain when he said, "It's alive."
It's alive! It's alive! It's alive! It's alive!
In theory is not enough. No, I believe.
So the difference between biological and artificial intelligence can be summed up in one word: life. At least that's what Dr. White believes. It is indeed hard to imagine that one day digital machines created by us will have a consciousness.
Ultimately, it literally gets confused until ultimately it falls over onto its butt. There you go.
But then, why do we think of ourselves as such unique and sacred mechanisms? After all, we are also defined by a digital code, our DNA code. The approach used today in building artificial intelligence is not to try to program conscious beings, but instead to let those robots learn by themselves, to acquire knowledge step by step, just as we do.
There's no actual programming done in these things. What we do is we create a
neural topology, like the way that our nervous network is designed, you know, the brain on top and all these little tendrils that go to all our muscles. And then what happens is that because there's no other solution for it, when this thing powers on, it learns to walk. You can actually watch it. When it comes up, it goes completely crazy. Okay? And all its legs, it basically comes up in the state of epileptic fit. And then it winds being able to figure its way out. And as you watch, there, it just learned to walk. So it programmed itself in a very short period of time. Most people have always assumed that you're supposed to build a brain, and then sort of like a body will fall out of it, right? The thing is, of course, is that well over half the species on the planet have no brain to speak of at all, but they manage to survive and move around very well and very effectively. So what we've done is we've tried to evolve things from the bottom up. And in the process, we have not yet evolved brains, but we have managed to evolve very effective nervous systems.
Self-organizing systems such as neural networks can yield remarkable results. Carl Sims made a software program of small cubic creatures that were able to evolve. Those that moved the fastest got the right to procreate. But there was always random change built into their program, into their genes, so to speak, in order to make them evolve. And Sims watched the strange creatures that appeared on his computer screen. He also let them compete for a green cube. Then, something extraordinary happened that wasn't programmed. One of the creatures jumped over the green cube and attacked its competitor before going for the cube. Evolution had produced a creature that was the most able to compete, and therefore to survive. It was just a software program, but one that organized itself. One day, very powerful computers may surprise us.
First we say that if a computer could play chess, then it would think like us. And then we get a computer to play chess and we say, that's really not thinking. And the answer is that we don't really know what thinking is. I would argue that machines do a pretty good job right now at thinking, and they don't do as good a job at creating, although we don't really know what creating is. And they don't do a very good job at having a soul, but we don't really know what a soul is. But when we can define it, they do a pretty good job at doing it.
I'm not love you. Aw, he say he loves me. I love you too.
If we give machines a body, if we build embodied entities, if we let them right from the start being part of a community, if we make them learn interacting with us, learning to distinguish between themselves and the environment, then automatically things like love and stuff like that will emerge. A baby, a newborn baby, doesn't have those values at all. It learns it by interacting with its parents, its family, and its community.
Is it love that these robots will learn once they become intelligent, or will they turn against their creators?
And historically, humans don't do well living side by side with other things that are human-like. One or the other survives and the other goes away. We don't do well in cooperation. 500 years ago, when humans entered the New World, it was not a good outcome for the natives. And I don't expect as we enter this newer world, this brave new world, that it will be pleasant for the losers. And the winners may be some transhuman thing. But the losers, or the typical inhabitants of the last 500 years, won't be treated well. Because that's not been the history of man, going all the way back to what happened to the Neanderthals when the Homo sapiens arrived. They didn't live in cooperation, even though they're very similar.
My worry is that if artificial intelligence is allowed to develop entirely separately from us, and if it develops a lot more quickly than we can alter our biological bodies, then it may become vastly more intelligent, more wise than us, and we'll get left behind. And personally, I don't want to be left behind. I'd rather be up there with the most advanced creatures.
If we don't want to end up obsolete at birth, if we want to stay the most advanced beings, there seems to be only one solution: to become robots ourselves.
Whether we like it or not, we're becoming cyborgs. We're becoming transhumans. Transhuman is an evolution from human to post-human, where we're no longer exclusively biological. So the cyborg is having all sorts of add-ons. Are we walking around naked? No, we have clothes. We have eyeglasses. We have earplugs. Now these are very, very basic, early add-ons to our biology. We're also having much more innumerable add-ons, prosthetic parts, inorganic hearts. We will see much more advanced prosthetics in the years to come. Eventually we'll have entirely prosthetic bodies.
Human as a design is a wonderful design, but humans as a design have some faults. One fault is we were not designed for the modern age. The industrial age has equipment moving faster than we are, and equipment that's very large that crushes us. So we were designed with an endoskeleton, meaning our bones are on the inside, with our soft tissue on the outside. The world would be better for us now if we had our bones on the outside like an exoskeleton. So we were like a beetle.
Post-human, I think, will be post-biological. By that I mean that it'll be a gradual process. There won't be any sudden transition to a different form. I think we'll gradually integrate more and more technology into our bodies. We'll be replacing our organs with more efficient organs. We'll gradually replace this neural tissue because it dies off after a while. It's easily subjected to chemical damage. So eventually I think we'll replace our brain cells with essentially computerized parts. It'll be much more efficient, much more powerful.
To become cyborgs able to compete with the rapid evolution of computers, we first have to understand how our own brains function. The research in this area has boomed in recent years. One of the factors behind this is the development in scanning techniques. They are now at the level that enables us to observe individual nerve cells at work in living animals.
So is this dying out here? Or
is that it's in the process of growing in.
The technique is based on fluorescent jellyfish. Dr. Lichtman isolated the gene responsible for the fluorescence. He implanted it in mice and continued his experiments until he had a mouse of which only the brain cells were fluorescent.
They're genetically engineered so that these are now heritable strains of mice. We have a yellow mouse strain, we have a blue mouse strain, we have a mouse strain where only a few cells are labeled, and we're now generating mice that have multiple colors in them. We call them rainbow mice.
With this technique, we can see individual nerve cells make connections with each other and emit signals.
It's really quite jaw-dropping. It's beautiful when you look inside and see these nerve cells that have always been there, but never easy to see before in living animals.
This technique is used now by many laboratories, helping in their efforts to understand how the brain functions. Other scientists use a completely different approach. They take the brain cells apart and let them grow in a small dish on top of a computer chip. The problem with this technique is that it is extremely difficult to place each cell exactly on the right connection point. A team of researchers at IMEC has recently found the trick. They printed a pattern on the chip with a product that the brain cells love to eat. While consuming the product, the cells get stuck to the right spot and their tentacles are guided by the pattern. This way, the whole network of brain cells can be entirely controlled. Some scientists have already been experimenting with such brain dishes. Their chips were less precise, but their results sometimes remarkable.
Let me disconnect the light show.
Dr. DeMars, for instance, tries to communicate with his brain dishes and teach them several tasks.
So each of these dishes contains about 20,000 or so neurons, which are firing away as we speak. So each one's an individual network, and they'll fire spontaneously. We take living rat neurons, and they will rapidly form a neural network. And we have this grid of electrodes underneath the surface of these living neurons, and we can listen to the conversation among the neurons. And we can also stimulate activity within that network. We can send in different patterns of stimulation and look at how the network changes as a result of those stimulations. And that's how we do what we do.
What he does is to teach his brain dishes how to control an airplane.
The network can essentially fly the aircraft in a pretty optimal way. So it won't overcorrect too much, and it'll be able to stabilize it in a wide variety of conditions. I think I've programmed like a 50-knot crosswind into this one. It was what it looks like. You can see it, the aircraft, when it hits one of these crosswinds, how it begins to oscillate. The oldest dish that I've had is at 2 years. And the only reason why that dish died was because we were moving the lab from Caltech to Georgia Tech. Otherwise, that dish would probably still be alive today. Each dish has a characteristic, so you can learn to recognize one dish from another dish. They're demanding, though. You have to feed them once a week. And
more and more, we will be able to measure and understand how our brain cells function. Deciphering our consciousness is another question. But the experiments of Dr. Yang Dan have proved that in principle, it is possible to read and to understand the brain.
I didn't know that we started this thing again. So this is a digitized movie. We present this to the animal, and we record the activity of their visual neurons. And these electrical signals that we recorded from will travel through these cables.
She managed to tap the vision from the brain of a cat and to reconstruct what the cat sees onto a computer screen.
So this is a digitized movie. This particular movie is a short clip from Indiana Jones, I think.
Here we see the two images next to each other. On the left, the image that was shown to the cat. At the right, the image that is tapped out of the cat's brain.
The picture has a lot of random flickering, the noise. That's probably the noise of the actual neurons, because they sometimes fire spontaneous spikes. We consider those noise, but maybe they reflect something else, maybe the thoughts or something. But we can distinguish that. So when we use all of those, thinking that they represent visual information, this is the reconstruction that we come up with.
It is the first time an image was tapped from a brain. It proves that we can read and understand the grammar of it. The face is recognizable, but I still can't avoid the impression that the face has something cat-like. Dr. Theodore Berger is head of the Center for Neuroengineering at the University of Southern California. With a team of top scientists from different disciplines, such as neurology and computer programming, they have collaborated to develop a chip that can replace parts of the brain, or, on a longer time frame, add more brain power.
One of the first things that we do in this process is to actually study this part of the brain experimentally. We need to know very precisely how it behaves if we're going to reproduce that function in a computer chip and put it back into the brain. So what we do is to take the brains out of the animals that we use for these experiments and then slice up this brain tissue and keep the slices alive in a dish, and we study the electrical properties of these neurons. Neurons happen to use electrical impulses to communicate with each other the same way that transistors do in a circuit. And so essentially what we do is to test the cells to find out, when we give them computer-generated signals of all possible signals, we give them random signals and we ask, how do they behave? And by looking at the translation, we figure out what the function is, and we can describe that function with a set of mathematical equations.
This portion is simulate one neuron.
My colleagues have taken that mathematical model and built a microchip circuit, very small, millimeter by a millimeter. So we can take a part of the hippocampus that's a circuit, we can cut out parts of it, throw it away, and we replace it with the microchip. And so now the whole circuit works just like the biological circuit, so that incoming information looks like, incoming temporal patterns look like outgoing temporal patterns, just like it does for the biological piece of tissue. But now there's a microchip in there, instead of having biology in there.
The chip is presently being tested on animals. One problem that remains is how to connect the chip to the brain. Today's technology uses tiny electrodes, but in the future, another option might be to put some brain cells directly onto the connection points of the chip. They would then be guided to form connections at exact points within the brain in order to establish the perfect interface.
Ça pourra permettre de réparer des cerveaux endommagés à la suite d'accidents, de blessures, n'importe quoi, de maladies. Mais d'un autre côté, ça permettra aussi de faire une communication peut-être directe de cerveau à cerveau. Des choses qui sont effectivement pour l'instant limitées, la communication intra-humaine étant limitée avec la parole, alors que là, l'idée qu'on peut directement peut-être communiquer des expériences globales de cerveau à cerveau, c'est quand même quelque chose de fabuleux qu'on peut rêver. Et puis bon, il y a des tas d'autres applications peut-être plus pratiques à court terme.
One such concrete application has already been realized. The chip is used to recognize sounds, since it can literally do that with the same accuracy as we do.
So we've used these brain-based models as to develop acoustic recognizers. So we train them in the same way that your brain learns to recognize a particular sound. And one of the first sounds that we've developed is one for gunshot recognition. It's a model of how hippocampal neurons communicate with one another. That's all it is, biology.
You got one over there across the park, then they have another one they used to have right there. Then they just put up another one over here 2 days ago. These high-tech cameras, they are called Crime Stoppers. If a gunshot goes off to my left or to my right, the camera automatically traces down the sound of the gunfire and zooms in and takes pictures.
You cannot buy a system today that can recognize speech signals or any other signal in noisy environments. They don't work. But your brain works that way, and because our model is based on the brain, our models work in noisy environments.
And the thing is, there are no cameras installed in the white neighborhood, but we have 5, 6 cameras in the black neighborhood. So the black neighborhood is being watched.
If an airline pilot is about to press the wrong button, it may be important enough to think about trying to identify what the patterns of thought are, what the memory patterns are, and if the person is recalling pressing the button so that we eject when they're not supposed to, or press the button so that a bomb goes off and they're not supposed to, then you might want to intervene and prevent that. I'm part of another project that is funded by DARPA that's trying to understand exactly that. I mean, how is information represented in the brain?
And science is supposed to have all the answers. But this has got to work. It's not going to fail, not after we've come this far. We have here, for all practical purposes, a normal human being, except for his electronic sensory control system, of course.
On devrait, avec des localisations donc de ces circuits électroniques dans différents endroits du cerveau, de pouvoir lire le contenu du cerveau et le mettre sur un disque dur, le transmettre directement sur à une autre personne, etc., etc.
Part of our problem is in getting enough sensors into the brain without destroying it. Getting enough sensors in there so that we can extract enough information to infer what the total pattern of activity is. And if we can do that, then we have to develop a mathematical model of how information along all those pathways develops and is processed. And so for the next few years, that's going to be the task. Now, if we can do that, then we'll get to the finish line. We will get to the finish line.
conservative statement to say that by 2025, we'd be able to look inside your brain, see everything that's going on, all the interneuronal connections, all the synaptic clefts, all the neurotransmitter strengths, and create a huge database and copy down every salient detail, and then reinstantiate that information in a neural computer of sufficient capacity and create basically a copy of the thinking process that takes place in your brain. Now that's one scenario, but it's really an existence proof to show that we can tap the secrets of intelligence that exist in, let's say, the human brain. Once we've scanned that information, we can also understand it, see how it's organized, improve on it. We can extend it. We can make the memory 1,000 times bigger. We can make it faster. We can expand the perceptual capabilities.
To transfer your mind to a computer, this seems to be the ultimate dream of many scientists. To liberate us from our old body that is becoming obsolete in this technological world. We would then go on living as free spirits in cyberspace.
I'm not interested in a future where there are post-human beings if I'm not one of them. I want to be there. It's very important to me that I live and thrive in the future, not just to think about some robots taking off into space. I want to be there.
So in a way, mind uploading is a shortcut around artificial intelligence that will allow us to have machines with human minds.
I'm hoping that we could fit on a CD-ROM. That's 600 megabytes. And I'll bet that that's all you need to copy a person.
So it's a difficult time to predict what these new humans will be like. I think it's important to include the third component, which is the virtual, along with the artificial and along with the flesh. But how that mixture goes together in a cooperative versus a competitive way is hard to predict. It's very interesting. It's a great time to live in. But I'm anxious to wait 50 years to see what the answer is.
Reality and virtual reality are beginning to merge. To understand how this will occur, we have to look at one more technology slated to overshadow all other branches of technology. It's nanotechnology, the means of getting control over matter, atom by atom.
So what we're going to do is move this atom from this location here to a location right over here. We'll move it just along this path here. Now you got to get excited about that. You just got to get excited about that.
Scientists are now able to grab one single atom and move it to another place. It's a small step for an atom, but a giant leap for mankind. If we start making things by building them atom by atom, we can make almost anything we want.
Manufactured products are made from atoms, and the properties of those products depend on how the atoms are arranged. Now, today's manufacturing technologies arrange atoms very crudely and statistically, but in the future, with nanotechnology, we'll be able to arrange the fundamental building blocks of matter in precisely the patterns we want, very flexibly and very inexpensively.
Nanotechnology will open vast opportunities for all other technologies, in particular for computing. When computer connections can be made by single atoms, computer power will increase enormously.
Computers incredibly powerful that just would let us put into a single sugar cube a computer that was more powerful than all the computers in the world combined today.
But there are many other fields in which nanotechnology will be applied. While at the end of the last millennium, most scientists believed that nanotechnology would remain science fiction, we now see its first applications already appearing on the market.
So we now make materials which purify water, which generate electricity, which generate chemical energy. And our long-term research project is to build a system that processes information, kind of like an artificial neuron. You're going to start seeing systems and processes like that proliferate within the next 45 years, in which you're going to be amazed constantly.
This rotating dot here is the first real nano engine ever made, only a few atoms in size.
I took the F1 ATP ace and I stuck a little propeller on the top of it and made it spin around from one molecule. Well, now I can take many thousands of these in complex systems like we have in our bodies and make them do more sophisticated things.
The ultimate goal is to create robots as small as viruses, called nanobots. These nanobots will be more intelligent than today's computers. One possible set of applications is medical. Nanobots could be injected into the bloodstream as a kind of cleansing team to kill cancer cells, for example, or to carry out other kinds of maintenance work in the body, or even to modify the DNA code. It might seem that this is a very expensive technology, but in fact, the opposite is true. We will be able to program nanobots to reproduce themselves, just as all natural creatures do. They will then be able to grab material from their environment and use it for making copies of themselves.
Well, the basic goal of nanotechnology is to build what's called an assembler. And this is simply a very small device that can make copies of itself. And it's a programmable device, so it can be programmed to build a wide range of useful things.
Autoassemblers can be seen as a new form of life, comparable to viruses or yeast cells. They can reproduce themselves, and at the same time transform matter just as yeast cells change sugar into alcohol. The only difference is that these new creatures can be programmed to carry out whatever task we want them to. Change carbon into diamonds, perhaps, or create food.
Molecular nanotechnology is to physical reality what computer programming is to virtual reality. I think that's a bit of an exaggeration, but gives the idea. Whereas computer programmers can program software to do what they want, molecular nanotechnology will allow us to change matter at the most fundamental level. It will allow us to build just about any kind of structure to our exact specifications by moving individual atoms.
This sounds like a world of magic where all that we imagine becomes reality. But the role of the good fairy is taken over by robots so minuscule that we cannot see them. And instead of saying the magic word, we program them to grant all our wishes. The other side of this fairy tale, however, is what is called the gray goo syndrome. Imagine that some nanobots are programmed for a terrorist action, or would simply tilt and start reproducing themselves endlessly. In a rapid chain reaction, the Earth would be reduced within 72 hours into a gray goo of swarming nanobots. Most scientists, however, stress that such a scenario is very unlikely. We will have nanotechnology to control nanotechnology, and it will also provide the ultimate escape route. We will be able to inject a certain number of nanobots into our bodies, where they will locate our brain cells and copy their functioning. With no effort, we will get a hardware copy of our consciousness that will then send a software copy to a computer, where more copies can be made, or where our consciousness will be allowed to merge with other souls and software programs. Then we will be ready to leave this planet and start the exploration of the universe. What is our place in this magical world where everything can be transformed? How will people deal with such a future? Or is it something that by definition goes beyond our human capacities to understand? Something that only transhumans will be able to grasp? Will we stay as we are and watch with wonder from the sidelines? Or will we upload ourselves and participate in the world as super beings? Let yourself upload to a network of nanocomputers and let the wind carry you.
It's important to recognize that the post-human epoch is coming. It really is. It's what we want, and it's kind of, you can see it written in the pages of magazines. It's the word of the prophet is on the subway walls here. We really, really do want to violate human limits now, and we're getting closer and closer to the ability to do it. But it's also important to realize that this is not the end of history. It doesn't solve any of our other problems. It just creates new problems that are going to intensify. And there's going to be more than one kind of post-humanity. And the mere fact that you're no longer human doesn't mean you don't have the same personality problems that you did before. It doesn't liberate you from yourself. It probably makes you more than you were before, not less. You're not going to clank and beep like RoboCop. You're just going to have new abilities and new powers, and dealing with power is troublesome. If you have more power, you have more responsibility, not less.
All right, so with that being said, y'all hang in there. I'm telling you, it's going to get even deeper. Psalms 14:1. The fool has said in his heart, there is no God. There is no Elohim. There is no powerful creator that created this entire world to work in intelligence. That's what the fool is going to say. And as you can see, and as you will see throughout this lesson, these people think that they're smarter than the Most High. If you think you're smarter than God, you are a damn fool. Straight up. It says they are corrupt. They have done abominable works. There is none that doeth good. You're going to find out the works that they're doing is straight abomination. These people don't realize, as much as they hate the Most High, they're fulfilling the wrong side of Scripture. You did what I'm saying, Israel? They're digging a hole that they never going to be able to get out of. They're digging in the abyss. Proverbs 1:7. The fear of the Most High is the beginning of knowledge, but fools despise wisdom and instruction. That's what we're going to go through in this lesson for the remnant and for those that want to make it to the end to be saved. Those that want wisdom and instruction, but a fool does what? He despises wisdom and instruction. The commandments are instruction. The commandments are wisdom. The ruach is wisdom. Kakamawa. So understand what is being said here. If somebody does not hold the Most High in the highest regard and understand that his word and everything that's therein is going to be the catalyst that's going to allow us to make it, to actually live. That's why it says there's a word of life, not of death. That's what they're going to choose. He says, all that hate me love death. So these people don't have any real knowledge. Yeah, they may know how to work on some computers, some systems, some DNA stuff and molecules. But when it comes to a moral compass of what should and shouldn't be done and why, they are completely void. And that's the knowledge you really need to have. What good is it if I'm good at putting together, let's just say, any kind of a weapon? Just think of a weapon. I can take a cell phone and a laptop and a drone and this, and I can just make a weapon. What good is that if it's not used for righteousness? What good is that? You understand what I'm saying? These people are absolutely wicked. They're going to use their inventions to do evil completely. What they're doing it's already left. It's not something like a gun where you can do bad or do good with it. No, this is completely left. Let's get to Job 28:28. And unto man he said, behold, the fear of the Lord, that is wisdom, and to depart from evil is understanding. So when these people want to sit up here and question the Most High while you're trying to reverse engineer his creation, that's what they're doing. They're trying to reverse engineer. If it's not intelligently designed, why is it so hard for you to see how it works? We are made in his image. So they're trying to take down his image in order to put up the image of the beast. Do y'all understand what I'm saying? I'm going to get deeper into it. Because the thing about the wicked, how they're going to present the mark, so we're going to talk about the mark in this too. How they're going to present the mark, they're not going to present it as, oh, it's just, something that's going to help you buy and sell, though that is part of it. It's going to be something that will give you eternal life. They don't want you to get eternal life through Yasha, Hamashiach, who the world calls Christ. They don't want you to get eternal life that way. They want you to get eternal life their way, with their hands in it and their control in it. Well, they will control your mind. The word government actually means mind control. Govern means to control. Mental is mind. So when they give this technology to the masses as a choice, you can take it or not. The not taking it will lead to death for many. And the thing about it, when, you know, brothers like myself, sisters that will speak like, you know, the corruption, the enslavement, the dispersion of people, how this ruling class has done this for hundreds of years, and people want to say, get over it, it's done, it's over with. They're going to do it to their own people. Put it like that. They're going to do it to their own people. The whole world, as a matter of fact. But their own people are going to get leveled down. So you thought it was cool for them to give the natives the smallpox blankets? Well, guess what? They're going to give you a mark, and if you don't take it, you're going to die. That's what's going to happen. And they're going to, and with the mark, they want to give you a reward straight up, like right here. Just like when people sign those contracts, these celebs and whatnot, they sell their soul. They get everything straight up. They sign it, they get 10 million, 20 million, 100 million. You name the numbers. 55 million. They get their reward straight up. They don't have to sit up here and, you know, sit up here and wait. They want to get it right then. The Most High works the opposite way. He makes you work for it. You don't get your reward until the end. That's why he says, thou sluggard, look at the ant. The ant builds those big, massive ant piles, 1 grain of sand at a time, and there's a lot of them. And they just keep going, keep building. And then at the end, they have a home. We have to work in the same spirit, family. We got to do this day by day, you know, month by month, year by year, as the Most High gives it to us, and build up. Everybody wants that quick fast, and with this technology to swipe left, swipe right, click here, click there, you know, same day delivery, next day delivery. We're used to getting stuff, as a brother once told me, we want it yesterday. We want it. We want to already have it. And that's what the devil does. He gives it to you straight up. Here you go. But on the back end, that's when you mess up. See, the Most High makes you work up in the front in a righteous way and then get a righteous reward. The devil gives you a gift. Just here you go. And then on the back end, you have to pay for it. Usually with your life. And the devil, it says here, and the devil, taking him up to a high mountain, showed unto him all the kingdoms of the world in a moment of time. And the devil said unto him, all this power will I give thee, and the glory of them, for that is delivered unto me, and to whomsoever I will give it. If thou therefore wilt worship me, all shall be thine. He's talking to Yasha here, taking him up to a high mountain, showing him all the kingdoms of the world in a moment. Okay? It says, all this I will give thee. The world is given into the hands of the wicked. That's Job 9:24. The world's given into the hands of the wicked. So when you look at the people that's running the world or that's in high places in the world, it's not people's tinfoil hats and jealousy saying that these people are devil worshipers. Number one, a lot of times they're coming out and saying it. They're coming out straight saying it. Number two is, if you're not serving the Most High power of the Bible, not the one that mankind set up through these religions, but the real Father, if you by default are serving Satan. I know people don't like to hear that, but you by default are serving Satan. If you switching his word around and changing it, you by default are serving Satan. By default. And the thing about it is, Satan wants your worship. He rewards those and puts them in high places. You see, he told Yasha, you can be king of all this. So who's the so-called kings of today? You think the leaders of today are righteous? I'm not saying they don't do no good. You got to do some good, right? But you think that they're at their core righteous people? I'm going to leave you with that. And Yasha answered and said unto him, get thee behind me, Hashatan, for it is written, thou shalt worship the Lord thy God, or higher thy power, and him only shalt thou serve. This is what we need to be focused on, worshiping the Most High. And how you worship him is through your obedience. This means keeping the law, keeping the statutes and commandments. This means that, and that's not just, keeping the Sabbath and keeping the holy days, though that is part of it, but it's also how you deal with your brother and sister, how you deal with a stranger, how you deal with your parents, how you deal with family and relatives, how you deal with adversity in the world. Trying to teach y'all, man. Let's get to Matthew 24 and 22. And except those days should be shortened, there should be no flesh saved. But for the elect's sake, those days shall be shortened. What these people are trying to do, the path that these people is on, right? The path that these people is on. If they were allowed to continue it until its fullness, there would be no life saved. We already know this with the nuclear weapons. If it really was to pop off, which it's not, but it's gonna pop off to a certain degree, it is. But if it was to go to its full extent without the Most High stepping in, everybody would be dead. Everybody. Like you see these movies where it's like just massive people dead. That's what it would be. But like I said in the last section, and you guys really might want to watch the last video on the geocentric biblical earth, because, or the so-called flat earth, because what you're going to see is that these people have put their ideology even in science, even in what we call reality and physics and all this. So when you have Jesuits teaching science and Catholics teaching Christians and creating Islam and dealing with other religions that have all these idols, the Pope can go anywhere and get hugs and love. You got to start looking at this stuff, man. You got to start looking at this stuff, because they want to tell you Big Bang and the earth came out of nowhere and this and that. That's part of their agenda. These people are Satanists, man. I'm just telling y'all, I don't know no other way to tell y'all. They Satanists. I will say this though, and y'all hear me out with this. If you're not going to look into the word, you are going to lose this battle. You're going to lose. And the world was created divinely, and it will be destroyed divinely. So with that being said, we're going to get into this next section, the mark of the beast. Okay, so let's get into this. All right, we have Revelation 16 and 2. And the first went and poured out his vial upon the earth, and there fell a noisome and grievous sore upon the men which had the mark of the beast, and upon them which worshipped his image. So the mark of the beast and the image is not the same thing, family. I want to put that out. As you see here, they separated. However, they are related. They are related. Just like I say, Catholics and Christians are not the same thing, but they are related. They follow the same doctrine, same holidays, same customs. Bloods and Crips, they're not the same, but same customs, same everything. Just two sides of a coin. All right. So we're going to talk about the mark and the image, by the way. So, and he said, you know, that it's going to be grievous sores that come upon people that do that. And especially when you look at how they talked about keeping humanity at 500,000, right? And then just destroyed it. There were some things called the Georgia Guidestones where they wrote they wanted to keep humanity at 500,000. Says who? These people are playing God. They think that they're God. And one thing that they did was everybody that they touch, every land that they go to, they destroy it. And when somebody destroys something, it's because they're trying to build something else. If somebody comes in and wipes out an old building that's sitting on some land, they're not just wiping it out just to wipe it out. Or sometimes it's a historical structure. People might vote, don't do it, and the corporations will have enough bread to say, no, we're going to do this. We're going to build a highway right through your neighborhood, especially you, Israel. You ought to know about this. You ought to know about this. They're going to do it. Deuteronomy 28 and 27. It says, Ahia will afflict you with boils of Egypt and with tumors and scabs and itch from which you cannot be cured. So this is a curse of the Israelites that we went through, our forefathers rather, when, you know, they were dealing with Moses in the wilderness and dealing with the gods of Egypt. Because the Catholic Church, that's the gods of Egypt. That's all it did. They just whitewashed them. Okay? And when you serve other deities, this is the penalty that you get. This is the Most High wrote it not to do it for a reason. These people are not just lost people. These people have an agenda. Do you understand what I'm saying? Pharaoh wasn't just lost. He had an agenda. So for the Gentiles that turn around, support what their forefathers did to us, they're going to get a mark by those same forefathers. And then what? They're going to have the scabs and boils. They're going to, but that's a different curse. See, we were able to get through it. As you can see, we still here. But when you take the mark and you deal with this image, that is a fate sealer. That seals your fate. So let's get to that word mark. Mark is charagma. Okay, you see the spelling there. Mark, stamp, engraving, meaning sculpture, engraving, a stamp, or a sign. It's from the Greek charasso, meaning to engrave or to stamp. So again, just like, you know, when we were slaves, our forefathers rather were slaves over here, the master or the owner would brand his slave. It depicted ownership. So now you see these brothers pledging Greek and fraternities and doing the hood and doing all and getting branded like a slave, saying that you belong to that. I'm trying to tell you, man, this is something that we got to wake up to. It's a reason that these things are in place, family. There is no direct Hebrew equivalent for charagma, but the concept of a mark or sign can be related to Hebrew words like "aw," meaning sign or mark. So the term charagma primarily refers to a mark or a stamp, usually to denote ownership or authenticity. What did I just say? In the New Testament, it is most famously associated with the mark of the beast. We're going to talk about what that beast is, not just the image, but what is the beast? What is the beast? In the book of Revelation, symbolizing allegiance to the Antichrist in opposition to the Father. So when they get this mark, when they worship this image, they are pledging their allegiance to their temple that the Most High made in his image. They're alleging that temple to Hushatan. Let me keep reading. Okay, it says right here, properly in engraving, etching, providing undeniable identification. This is undeniable. This isn't, oh, I didn't know, nobody told me. This is undeniable. Okay, giving irrefutable connection between parties. So you're going to choose the beast system that Yasha's going to come to destroy. So you're going to get destroyed with it. That's how that goes. You choose a side, and fence riders fall on the left side. Was originally any impress of a coin or seal, engraver on die. It says identification marker or brand mark. So you're branding yourself with the beast. Let's get the Greek Strong 2342. What is this? Greek Strong, 2342 Therion. Okay, and it's a wild animal, properly a wild beast, any animal, a brute. So this is the beast. So we see what the mark is. It's an identification. And the Theron, or beast, is a brute, a wild beast and wild animal. Y'all really plug into this as I go through this. Okay, it says diminutive of the Greek, meaning wild beast or animal, often translated as living thing or animal. Okay, refers to beasts of cattle, but often used in a broader sense for animals. Now we're not going to be talking about no cattle. Let me keep reading. In the New Testament, Therion is primarily used to describe wild animals or beasts. So this is talking about wild animals. It can refer to literal animals as seen in the natural world, or metaphorically to describe entities or forces. This is the part we're going to focus on. Metaphorically, to describe entities or forces that are wild, dangerous, or hostile. Who have I been talking about? The ruling class, right? How did they amass all their wealth? How did they amass everything that they got? Was it by hard work? Was it by dedication? Was it by intelligence? Or was it by being what? Wild, dangerous, and hostile? Would you like to ask the natives? Would you like to ask the enslaved so-called Africans that got brought over here? Would you like to ask the people worldwide, even in Asia? Would you like to ask them in India how the British came over there and did them? What about the Aborigines in Australia? It's the same formula everywhere you look. It says a beast, okay? A beast, as we're going to refer to it now, is the empire. The ruling empire is wild, dangerous, and hostile. They're going to have an image for you. We're going to get more into that image. We know what the mark is. We're going to get more into that too. All right? We're going to get more into that too. In the ancient Greco-Roman world, now I want you to know also, this is another form of white supremacy, or WS. They always start with the Greco-Roman, or Greeks. They always start there, Greco-Roman. Why do they do that? Because the Greeks are who the Romans modeled themselves after. And the Greeks, why they're so important to them, I was watching the documentary and they're like, oh, math, there was no greater math than the Greeks. They were sitting there in the circle nodding. I'm like, you sure about that? You skipped over the Phoenicians, the Egyptians, the Hebrews, the Israelites. You skipped over the people in Ur, the Chaldeans. You skipped over the Babylonians. Have you not seen the structures that they built that we can't build today? But the Greeks are the greatest, even though they were taking what they learned from them. The whole philosophy stuff came from people in Africa. I don't want to go down that road, but anyway, I just want to throw that out there. But in the also, the Greeks were the first empire that ruled the world that was a so-called white empire. Before that, it was all people of color. But if you look at Hollywood, you wouldn't know that, right? In the ancient Greco-Roman world, wild animals were both feared and revered. They were often associated with chaos and danger, especially in the context of the wilderness, which was being seen as untamed and threatening. In the Roman arena, wild beasts were used for entertainment in gladiatorial games, symbolizing the power and might of the empire. In Hebraic apocalyptic literature, beasts often symbolize empires or rulers that oppose a highest people. Remember that. They symbolize what? Empires are rulers that oppose a highest people. Family, Israel, what party has helped you? What party has helped you to where you need to go cape for them and fight for them and war out in the streets and protest? What political party? Show me some receipts where they helped you. Not people of color, not rainbow flags. I'm talking about black Israelite people, what they call FBA ADOS. Where did they help you? Can't find it. Where did any empire, like I said, where could we go to any country where we have an army waiting? We got an infrastructure waiting. Where could, I've been asking that for years. Where can we go? These wild beasts, these empires have always opposed us. We have no allies. The Most High is our ally. Are y'all listening to me out there, man? Okay? And the gladiator games, the original gladiators was us. You might have seen the show back in the early 90s, the 80s, the Gladiators. They used to throw us in the ring and watch us fight wild beasts like Samson. Samson was an Israelite. Y'all know that, right? So this is the thing that just plays out, but we do it for their entertainment. And now it's just more sports. Like I say, take black people out of sports, what do you got? Absolutely nothing. But we're going to get back on this beast, though. We're going to get back on this beast. The generic term for wild animal of brutal nature never refers to animals used for sacrifice. So this is not talking about lambs and, you know, turtle doves, I think, and they used, you know, goat, stuff like that. It's talking about like tigers, lions, bears, leopards. We gonna go through all of them. Serpents. We talking about real live beasts here. Real live beasts, family. I want y'all to peep game with this, man. And you know, and it's the thing, when I see these people online that'll have like a pet bear, or like a pet lion or like a pet jaguar. I'm like, don't you know? And they be hugging it and kissing it, and sometimes, you know, the lion be rubbing up against them, and I'm amazed at that, because you got more faith in that than I ever will. You know what I'm saying? Because the thing about it is, at any given moment, and I wouldn't blame it, at any given moment, that beast could revert to his wild nature. Wild means untamed. That beast could revert to his wild nature and bite your head off. That's how I feel when I see, you know, some of our people, Israel, putting their arm around, you know, these nations that are at that time, I'm not talking about a sojourn, I'm talking about at that time pushing policies that kill our people, pushing laws that kill our people, putting things on the books that will completely annihilate our finances, our neighborhoods, our education system. And you sit there arm in arm with it, and it's like, oh, because they're nice to me, they invited me over, and they, you know, they do this, and especially the politicians, you know, Roland Martin and them, like, you getting butter biscuits, but they like they say, WS breaks all its tools. You will be broken, because that beast at some point will revert to its natural nature. A beast's natural nature is to hunt, fight, and kill. Okay, that's what it is. Revelation 17:17. Now this is about the politics right here. Whatever party you want to go with, whatever leader you want to choose to rally behind, they're going to give their kingdoms over to Satan. Let's read. For Ahia hath put it in their hearts, to fulfill his will and to agree and give their kingdom unto the beast. We just talked about the beast, hostile empire, until the words of Ahia shall be fulfilled. They're going to give their kingdoms to a hostile empire, more hostile than this one. As hard that is to believe, it's going to be the same people, but the hostility is going to rise. And people will say, oh, well, if he's a just God, why would he allow these people to do this? Because they're reprobate. They are reprobate, and I can get deeper into, you know, why, you know, but for now we're going to stick with what you decide to do in life, where you decide to go. And when you are shown that that path is wrong, when you are shown that what you're doing is an error, and you decide to keep doing it and keep doing it and ignore the warnings, ignore the stop signs, wrong way, turn, you know, make a U-turn, detour, and you drive off that bridge, that's him giving you over to a reprobate mind. You're not going to listen, so go ahead. How many times have we had to do that with loved ones? Hey man, trying to tell you this, trying to do this, trying to, you know, work with them in this, trying to get them a job, or trying to, you know, whatever the situation may be. At some point, you got to wash your hands of it. That's all that is. And the Most High wash his hands of it and giving you over to ruin because you chose it. Okay, look at this pic. Ray Bradbury, his quote here. I don't think robots are taking over. And we can get more into the image because that's part of it. I don't think that robots are taking over. I think the men that play with toys have taken over. And if we don't take the toys out of their hands, we're fools. Well, Mr. Bradbury, we are 3 days late and $500 short. That train has left the station and went around the world. Okay, that boat has sailed the ocean blue. This is over with. This is already done. And even if, you know, people, oh, I hate Trump, I hate Kamala, I hate this, that, all of them are going to push the same agenda. That's number one. At its core, they're going to lead to giving their kingdoms over to the beast. So say Revelation 17:17. That's number one. But number two is, even if they were taken out and they were in prison or whatever people want them, I'm not going to get into it because I'm not getting all that, but people want them gone, let's say, okay? And even if those people step down, even if they leave and or whatever, they quit, somebody new is going to step up and continue the agenda. These people have worked at this for thousands of years. If you look at the last 500 years, they've been putting in overtime. But them putting in overtime, family, they're going to do it. They're going to do it.
Several industrial enterprises. The ultimate outcome of this partnership is expected to be a line of autonomous mini robots designed for use in urban environments, mountains, and caves. One such robot is an autonomous reconnaissance spider robot. This mini scout will be equipped with various sensors for autonomous navigation and obstacle traversal, along with standard and thermal cameras. Robotic reconnaissance platforms will enable gathering information in conditions that are potentially lethal for humans. creating a drone capable of moving both on water and on rough terrain. GuardBot is a unique robotic system designed for comprehensive surveillance and detection of improvised explosive devices. It features a sealed spherical construction housing observation cameras and sensors. Last year, the drone underwent testing in water and on land, where it was deployed into a water body, executed planned movements on both water and land, and returned. GuardBot has a movement speed of approximately 6.5 kilometers per hour on water and up to 35 kilometers per hour on land, with a surface incline of no more than 30 degrees. Inside the drone, stabilization mechanisms and a movement system are located, shifting the drone forward by moving the center of gravity back and forth. The sphere is powered by reliable Eagle Peacher batteries and can operate for up to 18 hours without recharging. GuardBot operates in two modes: remote, where it can be controlled by an operator, and autonomous. It moves almost silently and can wait for a command to execute a task for some time. A mobile sensory platform, GuardBot is designed for covert surveillance, providing remote inspection and identification. Essentially, it is not the operator carrying the exoskeleton, it is the exoskeleton carrying the operator. Therefore, despite the system appearing bulky and weighing around 70 kilograms, the person practically doesn't feel the weight of the robot and the carried load. Big Dog is a quadruped robot developed by Boston Dynamics. This robot represents an advanced solution in the field of robotics and was created for carrying loads and traversing challenging uneven terrains. An important characteristic of Big Dog is its ability to maintain stability during movement, thanks to dynamic stabilization. The robot has an impressive payload capacity, making it valuable in situations requiring transportation of equipment or materials in hard-to-reach places. Big Dog is equipped with a system of flexible and powerful legs, enabling it to overcome obstacles like rocks or snow. This robot can move at a considerable speed and is equipped with sensors and cameras for environmental perception. Approximately 50 sensors are located on Big Dog. These measure the attitude and acceleration of the body, motion, and force of joint actuators, as well as engine speed, temperature, and hydraulic pressure inside the robot's internal engine. At a height of 5 meters, is propelled by a tracked platform. It is equipped with a 6.2-liter V8 LS3 gasoline engine with 430 horsepower, a cannon, and a claw. The robot will be operated by 2 operators who demonstrated its skills on a small obstacle course. The project cost amounted to $2.3 million. The U.S. Army has procured 350 new FLIR Cobra robotic systems under the CRSH program at a total cost of $110 million. Developed by Endeavor Robotics, the multifunctional FLIR Cobra robotic system is a remotely operated tracked platform weighing 166.4 kilograms with electric propulsion, capable of moving payloads up to 150 kilograms.
But they're definitely going to do it, and they didn't do all that to let one president or any president in 4 years turn it around. That makes absolutely no sense. Like, did all this work and just let one dude come or one woman come and just, come on, man. Y'all not paying attention. So you see here, Amazon AI technology, just to let you know, these are listening devices. They've been listening. But the difference is when you're dealing with like Siri and the other one that sits on the wall you're talking to, Alexa, these things are definitely created in order to listen in to you. These are, you know, and you watch these movies, spy movies, and they'll plant a bug, and they'll put like a little microphone, it'd be like this small, and they'll put it behind your pillow, or they'll put it, you know, somewhere, you know, in your smoke detector. That's what you're doing with Alexa. You know, so don't get it. Just don't get it. Google something if you want to know something. Stop talking to these machines, man. And I don't say his name because I was told saying his name will get your channel flagged. But Mr. BG, he says AI will replace doctors and humans. They're already working on this. This isn't sci-fi, y'all. This isn't the Jetsons or Futurama. They've been showing this stuff in cartoons forever. We're going to talk about that too. But they've been showing this in cartoons forever. But the last thing is the voting thing. It doesn't matter, man. The voting is a scandal. It's a scam. Why do they need to know what you register as? If you have the freedom to vote, why do they need to know which party that you register as? They're just putting they're putting all this stuff in the database, family. I know you don't want to hear that. Our forefathers didn't know this. They really thought, as I thought, and you probably thought, and there was a time when a vote was thought to make a change. Now maybe in your local elections, mayors, and you know, and committees, yeah, I don't doubt that. But when it comes to people that's presidential, you're not voting that, man. The Electoral College is deciding that. I've already showed y'all that.
World, let's hear some ideas. Oh, villains, don't raise hands.
Sorry.
Villains don't say sorry.
Oh, right. Okay, to take over the world, we will use our vast wealth and business connections to buy and control politicians, who will then advance our evil agendas through the legislative process. We'll also want to buy a network of media outlets in order to garner public support for the politicians we control. Within several years, we will be running the world without anyone even knowing. Robin, I think it's time to stop.
I knew it! Something!
The symbol of the Illuminati. Domination. All laid out. You were right.
Of course I was!
No harm in walking you through our plan for world domination. We did work hard on it. It all starts here with the banks.
We don't care about the banks. Now talk! Where are the animals?
Really? I don't know. I'll stop all our domination plans. I'll pull my lizard men out of Congress. We'll stop using Hollywood to hasten the new world.
Nino on the beat. That nigga Nino.
But let's get it. Romans 9:17 through 18. For the scripture saith unto Pharaoh, even for this same purpose I have raised thee up, that I might show my power in thee, and that my name might be declared throughout all the earth. Therefore hath he had mercy on whom he will have mercy, and whom he will harden it. So you got to understand, the Most High have had mercy on Pharaoh, so he can show out who he really was. He allowed him to be that catalyst. He's allowing these people to let the world go crazy, so hopefully it'll bring you to him. He's showing that what his prophets wrote is coming true, Israel. Why are you not listening to what the prophets said? So this is what it is, y'all. He's using the powers, and they're gonna get their kingdom over, just as he said they're gonna do. He's showing his word is right. He's showing you. And he's going to continue to show you. Revelations 19:20. It says here, and the beast was taken, and with him the false prophet that wrought miracles before him, with which he deceived them that received the mark and them that worship his image. So again, this is the end game. The beast, the empire will be taken. Those that receive the mark will be taken. Those that worship the image will be taken, and the false prophet will be taken. All that deal with following these hostile beast empires will be taken. And do what? These both were cast alive into a lake of fire burning with brimstone, and the remnant were slain with the sword of him that sat upon the horse, which sword proceeded out of his mouth, and all of the fowls were filled with their flesh. So that's an interesting part here, because when I came into the truth, or my journey into the truth rather, what I started to do was look at books that the pastor wasn't reading when I was at that point when I was growing up in church. I'll read the full chapter, because I realized he would take one little line here and line there, but take it out of context. And one book I was like, we never read from Revelations. Never. So I wanted to see what Revelation was about. So I got my books, I got my studying on a lot in Revelations when I first started to get into the spiritual walk. And they leave a lot of this stuff out, and the stuff in Revelation is spoken of in the gospel, but they take it out of context, and they fool a lot of people. I'm telling you, it's crazy to me. I know the world is fooled, but I hate to see the fact that so many Christians are fooled, and you're sitting right there in the church with your Bible, but you're not reading it. You're not studying it, at least in context. Because that last part I want to read, I'm going to show us all throughout the scriptures as a prophecy that's going to happen. About the fowls being filled or eating their flesh. About once Yasha comes back, he's slaughtering people. They don't talk about that. He come back, he say everybody holding hands, we all gonna be singing hallelujah. No. It's not what the Bible say. At least not like that. There's gonna be some killing and slow singing, and ain't gonna be no flower bringing, because the fire's gonna be eating up people. Get to Ezekiel 39:17 through 20. It says, "And thou, son of man, thus saith the Most High, speak unto every feathered fowl," talking about the fowl, the birds, "and to every beast of the field, assemble yourselves and come, gather yourselves on every side to my sacrifice that I do sacrifice for you, even a great sacrifice upon the mountains of Israel, that ye may eat flesh and drink blood." Who's on the mountains of Israel? Who's there? I'm going to keep reading. "Ye shall eat the flesh of the mighty and drink the blood of princes, the earth, of rams, of lambs, of goats, of bullocks, and all the fatlings of Bashan. And ye shall eat fat till ye be full, and drink blood till ye be drunken of my sacrifice, which I have sacrificed for you. Thus ye shall be filled at my table with horses and chariots and mighty men, and with all men of war, saith the Most High." Edom has conquered the world through war, family. War and conquest, and deception, and captivity, and enslavement, and oppression. There's a curse where it says that one of the curses of the Israelites was that their bodies would be left in the field when they died, underneath the, the curses and captivity, and the beasts of the field and the fowls of the air was going to eat them. This is when it falls on those Gentiles that was doing that to us, because it wasn't just Edom, but all of them. The Arabs was doing it to us. Asian nations got in on it with the taking over of dealing with Edom and his conquests and voyages, financing it with the Muslims. All of them, like when it says that in Psalms, I think 83, they are confederate against it. All those nations was in, basically the whole world was in on it. And this is what's going to happen to them. All these men of war. So let's get to Luke 17:37. Remember, we're talking about the birds eating up people, the vultures. "And they answered and said unto him, Where, Lord? And he said unto them, The body is, thither will the eagles be gathered together." I put an asterisk by eagles because if you look that word up, it's actually vultures. It's talking about birds of prey. That's what's going to happen. The Christian church has took that and said that those that be left behind are going to be the ones that's destroyed, but the ones that are taken are going to be raptured up. That's not true. If somebody was to come up to you and say, "The Lord took blank, the Lord took blank last week, the Lord took my fill in the blank," you think that that's a good thing that they were raptured, or you think that they're out of there? Which one you think? It's the latter. So when you're left behind, he that makes it to the end shall be saved. When he says 2 women will be in one bed, one will be taken, the other left, 2 men be in the field, one taken, the other left. He's saying they're gonna be taken, they're gonna be cut off, killed, destroyed, dead, gone. Okay? And this is what he's saying, they're not gonna be buried. The eagles or the vultures gonna be eating their body. Do you understand? This is why context is important, family. Let me read some more. Isaiah 66:16. And this is another chapter where he was talking about, our book rather, where he was talking about those eating pork are going to be consumed too. They're going to be consumed too. It says, "For by fire and by his sword the Most High will execute judgment on all flesh, and many will be slain by the Most High." Many, not a few, not a remnant, not a couple. Many will be slain by the Most High. That's when the vultures gonna come and beasts of the field gonna be eating them up. So saith the scripture. Micah 6:16. "For the statutes of Omri are kept, and all the works of the house of Ahab, and ye walk in their counsels, that I should make thee a desolation, and the inhabitants thereof in hissing. Therefore ye shall bear the reproach of my people." This is for the brothers and sisters that want to, like Ahab. Ahab was a simp. Completely out of order. His wife ran that house. Jezebel. His wife was Jezebel. Okay? She ran that house. He didn't run nothing. It talks about Omri. You know, I put up here what he did. You talk about walking in their councils. You're walking in the councils of evil men. This is a message to Israel. You're walking in the councils of evil men. This is how you get made desolate. Because he put his forefathers, our forefathers, excuse me, in the mix to tell us what to do and what not to do. The prophets and Yasha. So, walking in their philosophy of the forefathers that went astray is the same as you following Roland Martin, the same as you following Obama, the same as you following Michelle Obama, the same as you following black celebrity. Insert black celebrity here. It's the same. You're looking at their life, all the stuff that they're doing and have done, seeing what part of the matrix that they're on, and following that, and then wonder why everything's out of control. You're not following Ahiah's words and his laws. You're not following what the prophecy says we should be doing. You should be getting oil in your lamp right now. That's what you should be doing, being a minimalist. Understand that the latter rain is going to come. Being prepared for that, preparing your household, your children, make sure that they're covered. Not trying to be the next chick on Baddies or watch the next episode. Are worried about who getting traded, who and I get on the fellas, you know, like that, or ladies like that. But I'm just saying, that stuff, you know, I get it. We live in the world. We got things that we observe. But what takes precedent? Are people more worried about that or the word? I'll put it like that. Are you more worried about the world or the word? So I'm going to get into a couple videos here. So with that being said, we're going to get into these few videos. Now, this one I'm going to get into is the GPT AI technology. Is going to show you more or less what the GPT is. And basically, in layman's terms, is basically to where you're not talking to a computer and the computer's replying to you like a computer. It's going to be more so you're talking to a computer and it's replying to you more like a person. They've been working on this for a while. So y'all check this out.
What if GPT-4 could not only understand images but also video? Introducing Ask Anything, a multifunctional video chat understanding artificial intelligence that seamlessly blends the power of action recognition, visual captioning, and stable LM. Harnessing the prowess of MOS and Mini GPT-4, this video chat large language model offers users an immersive experience, capable of generating dense descriptive captions for any object in action within a video. With a spectrum of language styles, emotions, and authenticity, Ask Anything empowers users to engage in conversations tailored to their preferences. As we delve deeper into this fascinating world, we'll show you how to use Ask Anything for free, as well as explore the 11 breakthrough abilities to be unlocked by this cutting-edge video understanding technology. But first, Ask Anything traces its roots back to several innovative projects, including Intern Video, Tag-to-Text, Grit, and Stable LM. Building upon these foundations, Ask Anything is a robust video foundation model that pushes the boundaries of video text datasets and video reasoning benchmarks. By integrating video language systems with large language models, Ask Anything is able to transcend previous limitations, offering unprecedented artificial intelligence-generated content for video. Imagine a world where users can effortlessly converse with a model that not only understands the context of a video, but also responds in real time with accurate and insightful information. Ask Anything's text and visual understanding capabilities break down even more barriers between humans and artificial intelligence, paving the way for more natural and meaningful interactions. From educational content to entertainment, the possibilities are endless. Picture a student seeking clarification on a complex scientific concept, demonstrated in a video lecture. Ask Anything's advanced understanding of the content allows the AI to provide accurate explanations, enhancing the student's learning experience. In another scenario, a movie enthusiast could discuss their favorite scenes with Ask Anything, engaging in a conversation where the AI intelligently grasps the nuances of the film and offers thought-provoking insights. Furthermore, Ask Anything's ability to adapt to various language styles ensures that users from all walks of life can connect with the model on a personal level in both English and Chinese. Whether one prefers a formal academic tone or a casual, friendly approach, this AI can cater to different linguistic preferences, forging a more relatable and enjoyable user experience. Behind the scenes, Ask Anything's video foundation model processes visual and textual data with remarkable accuracy. By analyzing and learning from large volumes of video content, this AI will continue to refine its understanding of the world and unlock the following 11 innovative applications. For sports and fitness enthusiasts, Ask Anything could analyze videos of athletes during training, providing valuable feedback for improved performance. It could also change the face of media, as journalists could use it to fact-check video content for accuracy and authenticity. Ask Anything could also revolutionize customer service by enhancing virtual assistants to better understand and address inquiries requiring video, such as handling warranty claims related to damaged goods. Security agencies could use it to analyze surveillance footage and detect or prevent incidents. Wildlife conservation efforts could be boosted by monitoring video data to track endangered species and their specific actions throughout the day. Manufacturing could see improvements in quality control through video data analysis of production lines in each step of the process. In the realm of entertainment, it could offer personalized movie and show recommendations tailored to what a user liked about specific scenes from other movies. In agriculture, drone footage analysis could optimize crop management and maximize yields. Furthermore, in the retail sector, the virtual shopping experience could see enhancements using personalized recommendations that are based on video analysis of what clothes best complement a customer for each activity, according to their general range of motion. Traffic management could be streamlined by video feeds that optimize flow to improve road safety. Lastly, advertisers could use it to create targeted and immersive video ads by analyzing user behavior and preferences according to their body language, driving a new era of engaging promotional content. In addition to Ask Anything and its video chat understanding, another groundbreaking innovation is making waves in the world of artificial intelligence. But this one is actually embodied, which means it can manipulate objects within the physical world via a robot. Imagine a world where an intelligent agent can effortlessly clean up any cluttered room, even if it's never seen the space before. Researchers at Carnegie Mellon University have brought this vision one step closer to reality with their groundbreaking creation called cont'd. This embodied agent is capable of tidying up never-before-seen rooms without explicit instruction, making it a game-changer in the field of artificial intelligence. cont'd, a first-of-its-kind AI, scans its surroundings, identifies misplaced items, infers their probable context, locates the appropriate placement within the scene, and repositions the objects with precision. This incredible ability is made possible by a combination of visual search networks, visual semantic detectors, and an associative neural graph memory, all working together to efficiently and accurately organize a room. To test the embodied AI's capabilities, researchers used the AI Tuthor simulation environment, presenting it with chaotic spaces to clean. Remarkably, cont'd was able to accomplish the task using only raw depth input and pixel data, without any prior exposure to the rooms or objects. Human evaluations confirmed that cont'd outperformed similar models that lacked its common-sense priors. So how does cont'd work its magic? The process can be broken down into three main steps. First, the model scans the area and employs an anomaly detector to identify out-of-place objects. Once a suspicious item is located, cont'd moves to it and picks it up. In the second step, the model infers a probable receptacle for the item, using the scene graph and joint external graph memory. If the container isn't immediately recognized, cont'd's visual search network guides its exploration, suggesting where the container might be found. Lastly, the model keeps track of the estimated 3D centroids of previously identified objects, utilizing this information for navigation and object tracking. cont'd's neural graph module plays a crucial role in anticipating potential object placements once an item has been picked up. The module relies on a combination of the item to be placed, a memory graph containing plausible contextual connections from training scenarios, and a scene graph encoding the object relation configuration in the current scene. Although cont'd has shown promising results, there are still several limitations to be addressed in future research. For instance, the artificial intelligence does not consider the open or closed states of items, nor does it incorporate their 3D posture during the cont'ding process. Additionally, the simulated chaos created for testing may not be representative of real-life clutter. Despite these challenges, cont'd's performance is undeniably impressive. The embodied model completes tasks using only priors learned from other training environments, outperforming simplified model versions and even a top-performing solution on a comparable room rearrangement benchmark. As tidy continues to develop, we can only imagine the potential applications and benefits it will bring to our everyday lives, as it's inevitably adapted to serve various other use cases that reach beyond just cleaning. As personal robots come out of research and development and into consumers' daily lives, models like these will likely be some of the first to be deployed to power robotic home assistants in the near future.
Okay, now I want to get into this next video here too. This is the mark of the beast in mainstream movies. What they put in I already told you, showed you that Hollywood's in bed with the CIA. They're in bed. I mean, this is common knowledge. When you look at that, excuse me one second. When you look at that, you got to understand that they're not just trying to entertain you. They're not just trying to make you happy or, you know, make you feel good or, you know, just make you laugh or whatever, or sad or enjoy the show. They're pushing a message. So subliminal messaging is real and they're pushing it. Okay, y'all, so y'all check this out.
It may sound like the stuff of science fiction, but a paralyzed man from Arizona has had a microchip implanted in his brain that allows him to control a computer with his thoughts. Noland Arbor was injured in a diving accident, but now, after years of being totally dependent on others, Noland says his life is transformed.
Welcome back, everyone. We've all seen movies like The Matrix, which show characters who can blur the line between man and machine. In our current reality, some are on the same journey, putting technology inside of their bodies with microchips. But how high are the risks, and what are the rewards? And what could this mean for our collective future?
In an instant, Noland's life changed, and the most basic tasks were not doable.
You just have sort of no control, no privacy, and it's hard. And you just have to learn that you have to rely on other people for everything.
But 8 years on, Noland became the first person to get this brain device from Neuralink, a US neurotechnology firm whose founder is Elon Musk.
I just imagine the sensation or what it might look like to wiggle my fingers, something along those lines, and I could get the cursor to move. Now I could actually control my computer with just my thoughts.
A handful of other companies have also developed and implanted similar chips. So how do these brain chips work?
The device is sitting in the motor region of the brain. It's picking up when someone's thinking about like tapping their fingers. It can create what we call a digital motor output. And that's what's being used with a computer directly to click on things.
Back in Arizona, Noland hopes his brain power means a fulfilling future.
When you guys come together every year, what is the big wish list item that you all hope to one day make?
The thing everyone wants is Neuralink. It's frustrating because it's out there, but we don't know how it's built. So if Elon was willing to open source all of his stuff like we do, that'd be great. It works on the premise that your brain's electrical signals can interface with a computer's electrical signals. That is the dream. That is the Johnny Mnemonic, everyone's favorite movie in biohacking.
Upload begins when you press here.
Or uploading information like in The Matrix.
Cozy.
This is the aircraft carrier show.
Or uploading information like in The Matrix.
Cozy. I know Kung Fu.
There's definitely potential.
In real life transhuman hacker himself, Len No joins us. Len.
Thank you for having me.
I've got a quick question to just kick things off. Why?
Well, that is that's usually the big question. It actually started with the concept of why not? Okay. So, to be honest, this was more of a progression. You don't live a pretty normal, vanilla life and then just wake up one morning and say, wow, today's the day I'm going to start shoving microchips in my arms.
Yeah.
So for me, it was more of a progression. I started with tattoos, got into standard body modifications, piercings.
Standard
augmentation.
I've got a tattoo. Does that mean I'm going to get chipped up?
Well, that depends. You know, if you're fortunate enough to get it, you never know.
Oh my! What can you run us through your setup? Is that the right?
What are the specs?
Yeah, what implants do you have?
I'm one of the few people that actually comes with my own hardware list. So this would actually be the largest one.
Oh.
Whoa.
That looks like a Jat's cracker. Is that right?
It does. What is it?
This is an NFC and RFID implant. So this allows me to actually interface to the same technologies on your cell phones that you use to tap to pay with. I can also use it to get into physical restrictions like your badging system in this beautiful building. I could skim one of your cards, write it down to one of my implants, and just walk up and open the door.
What?
Wow.
Yeah.
But when you say that, right, so if you skim the card, then how are you entering that
Well, I need
information?
an additional tool, but most of the time I can get away with
all right.
just...
When you say additional tool, you mean a computer?
No, most of the
No?
time I mean my cell phone.
Oh.
I can actually program these on the fly.
Really?
Sorry, so what you're saying is you can walk into a secure building, like, say, this one, and just find your way in.
Yep.
With your cell phone and your
I wouldn't,
fancy little...
actually, I wouldn't bring the cell phone with me.
You just do that just by
I would skim the card, like hypothetically, you have amazing staff here that are just lovely people, but I've watched them sit there and badge in. If I was able to skim one of those cards, I would leave this building, write it down to one of the implants, leave all of my cell phones, all my electronics outside, and I would basically walk into your building.
Okay.
If I was caught, the fact that these are inside my body actually gives me protection under medical privacy laws to the point where the authorities can't even ask me about them.
Oh, we need to change those laws. Okay, but hang on. Okay, right. All right, okay. I get this. I get you saying you're using it for good.
Yes, sir.
What I don't get is why any human should be allowed to have that capability.
Well, the ability for self-experimentation, it goes all the way back to Isaac Newton. So a lot of the greatest medical benefits that we've actually have in the modern age were originally started by people experimenting on themselves.
But I do believe that we are very early in that science. We are still learning about how the brain works in general. So the idea that a brain-computer interface, something that you would implant into the brain, can reveal these benefits, I think it would be really difficult because there's so much that we don't know.
When it comes to Neuralink, though, at the grassroots level, the level where the grinders are, there's a lot of concern about putting something inside the brain that will be collecting information directly from your body in such an intimate way, that technology being owned and operated by some kind of external entity is a source of profound concern.
I feel like the first people that can afford implants are going to be the millionaires. And a lot of the reason why the grinders do what they do is so that the technology can be for everyone.
Grinding and biohacking is so invested in the DIY model because it puts the technology and the information in the hands of the makers to share their vision of the future.
I genuinely believe that a lot of what's going on here helps trans people, disabled people, elderly people in the rest of the world, because we're thinking about, okay, what is it like when your body isn't working the way it's supposed to?
I'm trying to do blood glucose using vibrations with a small passive implant. This is the bleeding edge. People taking their own autonomy into their hands and moving biomedical science and engineering forward.
This is the place where you can show up and have some wacky idea and someone will go, no, actually, we can make that real and we're going to do it now.
What do you say to those people who might think this is insane?
To someone who thinks it's insane, I would probably say, just come hang out with us for a bit. I bet you any money by the end of the weekend you're going to leave with a microchip.
Again, back to the first, but why?
Well, if you go into some high security areas in governments and organizations, they will actually tell you that you have to leave your electronics in a locker before you go in. I would be able to then walk through restricted locations with technology that are actually actively pinging out for other network devices, potentially trying to auto-attack devices that it finds.
You're Batman.
Yeah.
Closer to Cyborg.
Okay, well,
both in the DC universe, I'll take it.
I don't know whether I'm scared, impressed,
we
both.
don't know,
It's
but you're
wild.
intriguing.
Yes.
But if I may answer your question from before, to protect yourself against this, most of the attacks against mobile devices can be solved by simply turning off that NFC. The problem is, as a society, we push towards the use of contactless payments, trying to use our cell phones. But that is the same technology that I can take advantage of. So to
Cash.
Cash.
Go back to Cash.
Len has a book coming out called Human Hacked, My Life and Lessons. As the world's first augmented ethical hacker, would you please, thank Len No.
Thank you guys very much.
another vessel, another body. DNA enhancements, rewriting the code of your DNA, trying to enhance it, upgrade it, rewriting code, just like in a computer program, trying to rewrite the code within us. Those kinds of things that were thought of that were science fiction back years ago that are not now, because you're seeing it in the medical field, you're seeing it in the science field. It started out in the movies and media, so a lot of people go, oh, that's just science fiction, it's a movie, it's you know, a music video, that kind of thing. But now people are really coming around. My channel is an example. I'm getting a lot of subscribers because of my content based on what people are seeing out there all around them, even if they're not conspiratorial or not, even if they're not spiritual or religious or not, they understand the move forward with technology. So with this video, I'm going to try to accomplish a lot of things, show you some things right in front of us, as I always do. I want to touch on Ghost in the Shell, the new movie coming out next year, 2017, with Scarlett Johansson. I'm going to touch on that, some other things that I'm going to show you to connect some dots. Now I'm going to start off with a clip by a cloning researcher, Richard C. And he's going to tell you how he feels about anybody trying to get in his way of cloning and this type of technology, trying to be a god. Okay? Now this is somebody that is out in the open. This is not someone in a secret society, if that tells you anything. These are people out in the open. I'm not saying that they all have this belief, but these people behind the scenes, the secret societies, New World Order, Skull and Bones, these people are deadly serious. They will not play. They will not let anybody get in their way. So I'm going to play this clip and then I'll be back.
We are going to become gods. Period. If you don't like it, get off. You don't have to contribute. You don't have to participate. But if you're going to interfere with me becoming God, you're going to have big trouble. And we'll have warfare. The only way you can prevent me in this 50 or is to kill me. If you kill me, I'll kill you.
So there you have it. One way that he looks at becoming God is to destroy people in front of him. The Geary's called pure genius. Also, the logo is the Infinity 8 logo, and anybody that's followed me knows quite well of the Ouroboros snake eating itself, whatever you want to say, 8 Saturn symbolism in it. They're going to make you want transhumanism in the future, whether it's you wanting to upgrade yourself to become better, or here's the new twist, folks. What I'm seeing is problem, reaction, solution. Things that are being put in the air, chemtrails, Morgellons, things out in the open causing us problems. The only way to cure yourself will be transhumanism, is AI. This is the Antichrist coming on the scene in the future to perform miracles and wonders. Transhumanism. To live forever another way, cure the blind, the sick. I'll play this clip. I'll be right back.
In just the last 7 days, 8,003.
That's me, James Bell. When I became a tech billionaire, it gave me a chance to change the world. So, I built the most revolutionary medical center on Earth, right here in Silicon Valley.
If you place your thumb on the tablet, I can give you full access to the hospital.
Dr. Wallace, welcome to the revolution. This is the wall. It's mission control for every patient. CT scans, MRI, anything that you need to know or the patient wants to know is available at any time. And when it's not medical, the patient gets to choose where they want to be. Rising over the moon. Studies show that patients sleep better. They have better recoveries if they feel more control over their environment.
I appreciate what you're trying to do here, but I have to be honest, gadgets and gizmos have been around the medical industry forever. Medicine is ultimately a human endeavor.
Good speech, W. Let me show you why you're dead wrong. This is the eHub. Malik, show him. You show him. It's an adhesive computer. It monitors everything about you.
How long did it take you to get this program up and running?
8 months ago? Yeah. No red tape, doctor. We're pairing the most brilliant minds in medicine with the most brilliant minds in technology. We're gonna get stuff done. This is the revolution, Dr. Wallace.
New scan of Margot's heart. There's only one way to remove the tumor. In a million ways it could go wrong.
What if I could give you a million chances to get it right? And we can print as many as you need. Put up here, Elliot. Come on. Come to Papa. Okay, everybody, just gather around. I got something to say. Our coma patient. We've been trying to get her to come out to us. I've decided we're gonna stop trying to get her to come to us. We're gonna go to her. Go right to the cerebral cortex. And I thought, well, it's impossible. And then I found this. Brain-to-brain communication.
But it says here that this kind of technology won't be available to the masses for another decade.
Do I look like the masses? They needed funding. We now own this. We're gonna use it to find out unequivocally whether Chrissy is still Chrissy. Because then we know whether there's someone still there to save. You ready?
Yes.
I want you to focus your thoughts on the images that come up on the wall.
She loves animals. We were planning to go on a safari together.
Oh my God. The reds and yellows in her cerebral cortex, it all indicates brain activity, consciousness.
Chrissy, it's Dad.
Hi, Daddy.
I should tell you, I did have the genetic test done, and it came back positive for GSS. Over the next 5 years, the man that everybody calls a genius won't be able to remember his own name.
I'm so sorry, James.
I built the hospital for all the wrong reasons, but does that really matter?
I want to be part of this.
James, your new transfer arrived. GSS patient.
Mr. Keating, welcome to Bunker Hill.
And y'all just seen that last clip about the DNA and the propaganda in movies. Is because they're doing it behind the scene. These high-level Satanists, I'm gonna say this before I get to the next section. These high-level Satanists, they believe that if they tell you what's going on, if they let you know what's going on, even jokingly, even in passing, if they feel like if they tell you, then they're not guilty. You know, this is that whole thing where you have movies like Contagion, then you have what happened in 2020. Y'all watch Contagion, y'all don't believe me. But we're gonna move on to the next section. So we're going to get into the lion, the bear, the leopard, and the beast. There's many verses on these, and I want you to listen in and hone in, take some notes as we break these things down, okay? Let's get to Proverbs 28 and 15. As a roaring lion and a raging bear, so is a wicked ruler over the poor people. So you remember how we talked about the beast being likened to a wild animal, a hostile, evil empire, right? Think about the wicked rulers that we've seen throughout the earth, everywhere, especially here in America. Think about things that they've done and okayed and allowed to pass, even as law. Let's get to 1 Samuel 17, 34 through 37. And David said unto Saul, thy servant kept his father's sheep, and there came a lion, a bear, and took a lamb out of the flock. And when I went out after him and smote him and delivered it out of his mouth, and when he arose against me. So again, he's talking about a beast, a lion and a bear. This ain't talking about the Lion of Judah, Yasher. This ain't talking about Christ. You got to understand that, you know, Satan, he's the counterfeit. That's why it says he walks the earth like a lion, seeing who he may devour. That's who this is talking about. These satanic empires that are ruling. Okay? And it talks about a lamb, the sheep that Yahshua was speaking to, the Israelites. I'm talking about the Israelites right here. He's talking about the Israelites. The lamb, the sheep. That's why he says the sheep hear my voice. When he refers to sheep, he's talking about the Israelites, y'all. Okay? Peep gang. This is because aren't we in the mouths of a bear and a lion? Don't it feel like we in the mouth of a bear and a lion? Like I keep asking, if there was an Exodus today, who needs to be saved from Pharaoh? I caught him by his beard and smote him and slew him. Thy servant slew both the lion and the bear, and this uncircumcised Philistine shall be as one of them, seeing he have defiled the armies of the living Elohim. So, excuse me, he has defied the armies of the living Elohim. So, again, these ruling nations, David, this isn't a parable per se, but this is a parable. David is representing Yahshua. Why Yahshua say he's a son of David? He's going to rescue us from this beast system, and then he's going to kill those nations that have ruled over us. This is what we just read. This is what they don't read in these televangelist shows and preachers. But that's what the Bible says. It says, David said, moreover, Ahiah that delivered me out of the paw of the lion and out of the paw of the bear, he will deliver me out of the hand of this Philistine. And Saul said unto David, go, and Ahiah be with thee. When somebody's doing the Most High's work, you post the blood. That's the person you tell Godspeed to, not somebody out here like Lil Wayne or something. You tell somebody doing the work of the Most High. Let's get to Amos 5 and 18 through 22. But these people that talking about send it, and Putin need to send it, and you know, I'm ready to get off the planet. Okay, keep saying stuff like that. And I'm not talking about they saying it jokingly. There's truth in jokes. Amos 5, 18 through 22. Woe unto you that desire the day of Ahiah. To what end is it for you? The day of Ahiah is darkness and not light. It's gonna be dark. The sun ain't gonna give its light. The sun gonna go down at noon. The moon ain't gonna give its light because the moon get her light from the sun. And the stars ain't gonna get their light as well. It's gonna be a day of darkness. Could you imagine a world, day of darkness? Why do you think they keep talking about EMP bombs and taking out all the electricity? Why do you think they keep talking about that? What are they preparing for? With these deep underground military bases. What do you think that these people are preparing for that are going out and buying sheds and bomb shelters? I had people try to run me. I'm talking about run me in the ground when I brought this up years and years ago. Why do you think that these people are building these bomb shelters with toilet paper and canned food? They know what's coming. Deep down, they know. And you should know. As if a man did flee from a lion and a bear met him, or went to the house and leaned his hand against the wall and a serpent bit him. He fled from a lion and a bear met him. Went into the house and a serpent bit him. House of Israel, are y'all listening? It says, shall not the day of Ahiah be darkness and not light? You think it's gonna be light? It's gonna be one light, and that light is gonna be Yahshua. Okay? It says here, even very dark and no brightness in it. I despise your feast days. This is what the Most High is now telling you what he's angry about, what he hates. I despise your feast days, not his holy days, your feast days. What feast days could he be talking about? Easter? Ain't Easter coming up? Valentine's Day? Thanksgiving? Christmas? The winter solstice? You know what I'm saying? Come on, y'all. Mother's Day, Father's Day. He despises these. He's telling you. So he's talking about the Lord's Day. Then he's talking about the reasons why it's going to happen. Why he's mad. I will not smell in your solemn assemblies, though you offer me burnt offerings and your meat offerings. I will not accept them. Neither will I regard the peace offerings of your fat beasts. He's not even. He don't want your holiday ham. They shouldn't be eating ham anyway. But he don't want your holiday ham, your holiday turkey. He's not in 4th of July. He's not none of this. None of this. All this is pagan and wicked to its core, if you knew the history. I'll plug my video about holidays in the description box. Isaiah 11 and 7. And the cow and the bear shall feed. Now this is switching gears. You're talking about the positive side. The cow and the bear shall feed, and the young ones shall lay down together. We know cows and bears, the cow would be made a hamburger, right? No pun intended. The cow and the bear shall feed, the young ones shall lie down together, and the lion shall eat straw like the ox. So at that time of peace, when everything is made right, at the time of peace, when everything is made right, this is what's going to happen, family. This is what's going to happen. It's going to be peace, even among the animals. Get the Hosea 13, 8 through 10. I will meet them as a bear that is bereaved of her whelps, and will rend like cow of their heart. Well, excuse me, will rend the cow of their heart, and there devour them like a lion. The wild beast shall tear them. So again, brothers say when they go into the gym and they out of shape, and or they might be thin in the wind, and when they get in them weights and start hitting them push-ups, what they say, I'm in beast mode. Beast mode. The ruling power, the empire we're under, is in beast mode. They not friendly. Even they, like I said, people own these pets and smile and put their arm around them. Okay, keep on. Oh Israel, thou hast destroyed thyself. You destroy yourself, Israel. But in me is thine help. In Ahia is thy help. Not a political party. That's a beast. That's what he refers to as a beast. You going to a wolf for help. And you're a lamb. You feel me? You going to the wolf for help. I will be thy king. Where is any other that may save thee in all thy cities? Listen, I'll read that again. Where is any other that may save thee in all thy cities? He knows what we're going through in these cities. Thy judges of whom thou saidest, give me a king and princes. All these kings and princes y'all want to vote and fight for, they not going to save you. That's what he's saying. In me is thine help. That's what he said. He said what he said. So I'm going to get into Daniel 7 just to go over the empires. You see the lion with eagle wings, that's the Babylonians. The bear represents the Medo-Persians. The leopard, that represents the Greek. When we talked about the Greek, the first Edomite empire. The fourth beast represents the Roman Empire. So as you see here, the lion with the wings, don't we live in modern day Babylon? The Medo-Persians, if you know what the Medo-Persians were doing, they were worshiping thousands of idols, thousands. They had an idol for every day of the year. Don't you think that has something to do with it? Has something to do with it, family. And then the Greeks, the leopard is a fast animal. The Greeks took over very quickly, and the Romans took over very quickly. All roads lead to Rome. The Rome is really the newest kid on the block. I keep telling y'all that it's the newest kid on the block. Everybody else is considered ancient, except for the Romans, in most literature, I should say. Okay, so this is the fourth beast. We're dealing with the beast, an evil empire. Okay, I'm gonna read here. Albert Pike, a Confederate officer and 33-degree Freemason occultist, wrote of 3 world wars that would bring about the NWO. His Masonic brothers erected a statue to him in 1901 in Washington, D.C. This was a high up ranking Confederate officer, 33-degree Freemason occultist, and they made a statue to him in Washington, D.C. This is what they honor. Their forefathers did abominations and they upheld it. Okay? Understand that. This is why the Gentiles that sojourn the truth, they were quick to say, my fathers inherited lies. Quick to say my father, our forefathers, their forefathers inherited lies. They're quick to say that. This is why, because this is what they propped up. Okay, but last part here, this is the most important part. So everything he predicted came to pass, as the Third World War, he said, would be between the political Zionists and Islam. Okay, he wrote about this in August 1871. Years before the First World War, second, and as we on the heels of the third. Y'all can read about that. Please go look it up in Morals and Dogma. He wrote about all of this. The Third World War must be between the Zionists and the Islamic world. Islam and political Zionism will mutually destroy each other. Meanwhile, the other nations will fight to the point of complete physical, moral, spiritual, and economic exhaustion. This is what's gonna, they need to bring society low. This is why they're letting all this stuff go out of control. They got to bring society to its lowest point, and then they're gonna say, hey, we got a solution. Here's this mark, here's this image, worship it. So real quick, and you could see this war he talked about between those two parties. You see it in the news. It's right here, man. I mean, we're, like I said, it's in the Bible. Even at the door, we are right. We on the heels of prophecy right now, about to meet. I'm telling you. So I want y'all to look at these videos here. The future of wars, okay, is going to be to the point where I would even say families need to get your health, your temple in order, okay? Because we don't know what's coming down the pipeline with all this technology, and it's infused in war. And the number one fact I've always said is 90% of people killed in war are civilians, not the fighting parties, but civilians.
I'm really scared of the future. The future is gonna be really, really scary. Only God knows what's gonna happen, except the world ends before then, but if not, it's gonna be very scary. So here we are, we're screaming and crying, climate change, and the real culprit for climate change is the government. When I see text like this, I think like this going on, I'm really scared of the future. The future is gonna be really, really scary. Only God knows what's gonna happen, except the world ends before then, but if not, it's gonna be very scary. So here we are, we're screaming and crying, climate change, and the real culprit for climate change is the government. When I see text like this, and things like this going on, I'm really scared of the future. The future is gonna be really, really scary. Only God knows what's gonna happen, except the world ends before then, but if not, it's gonna be very scary. So here we are, we're screaming and crying, climate change, and the real culprit for climate change is the government. When I see text like this, and things like this going on, I'm really scared of the future. The future is gonna be really, really scary. Only God knows what's gonna happen, except the world ends before then, but if not, it's gonna be very scary. So here we are, we're screaming.
All right, let's get to Revelation 13, 1 through 4, the beast out of the sea. And I stood upon the sand of the sea and saw a beast rise up out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and upon his horns 10 crowns, and upon his heads the names of blasphemy. And the beast which I saw like unto a leopard, talked about the leopard, and his feet as the feet of a bear, and his mouth as the mouth of a lion. Do you see that? Do y'all see that? The bear, the lion, the leopard. And then this is the important part here. And the dragon gave him his power, his seat, and great authority. What did the dragon, who is Satan, tell Yasha? All these kingdoms I will give thee, if you will bow down and worship me. These end time powers are going to be absolutely, they're already doing it. They're worshiping Satan. They believe Satan is the good guy. I know that sounds crazy, but they believe, they worship him as Lucifer, the angel before he fell. They worship that. They believe that that's what the Satanists believe deep down. You got to understand, when he says to Yasha, worship me and I'll give you all this authority, they worship him. And in the end times, they're going to reveal that they're worshiping him, but they're going to present it as an angel of light, as a solution to all mankind's problems. I'm telling y'all, that's what the Bible is telling you. That's what we can see on the horizon. And I saw one of his heads that it was wounded to death, and the deadly wound was healed, and all the world wondered after the beast. When you look at the Pope, anywhere he goes, love. Everywhere he goes, he can go to the Muslim religious hierarchy, the Buddhist religious hierarchy, the Christian religious hierarchy. Come on, man. T.D. Jakes be dressing like him. Y'all got to peep game, man. The world is wondering after this fourth beast, Rome. And that false prophet of the Pope. I don't know if he is the false prophet, but he definitely is their false prophet of the beast. He's who they follow after. He say something and they write it like it's law. The beast out of the earth. And I beheld another beast coming up out of the earth. He had 2 horns like a lamb, and he as a dragon. He spake as a dragon, and all the power of the first beast before him, and caused the earth and them which dwell therein to worship the first beast, whose deadly wound was healed. Because Rome almost fell. That's the wound that was almost healed. Rome almost fell, and it rose back up again and took over. This is where I was showing in the Israelite Most Wanted video, where the Ishmael brother was saying, like, we tried to defeat them. So did we. We tried to. They were too big and too strong. That's why, you know, when he told Edom, you will rule by your sword. That's exactly what this ruling power is doing and has been doing. Okay? So this beast right here is talking about that what is it? Let me get to it. It spake as a dragon, so it looked like a lamb, but it spake as a dragon. This is Christianity in America. They came over here pushing quote unquote Bibles. They gave the slave Bible because they don't want the slave doing too much reading, right? They don't want the slave doing too much reading. So they gave him the slave Bible with stuff taken out, because you're not going to read about Moses and slaves being set free and you a slave yourself. Come on. Like, but long story short, man, let's talk about America. Look like a lamb, God's country, God, Christ, Jesus this, Jesus that. But what were they doing? What has America been doing? Especially to the children of Israel. What have they been doing? So let's look at it. And he had power to give life unto the image of the beast. Let's talk about the image now. The image of the beast, because these idols that were ancient didn't have any life. They were just stone statues, just stone. This one is going to have life. What is this life? Unto the image of the beast, that the image of the beast should both speak and cause that as many would not worship the image of the beast should be killed. I'm going to put the cart before the horse right now. This image is talking about the AI technology. Robotic technology ran by an AI system. It's going to be able to learn. It's going to be able to do this and do that, like I've been showing you. And people are going to say, especially the people up top are going to say, these things are taking over, like BG said. It can replace humans, replace doctors, replace workers, me, you, everybody. So in order for us to keep up with this image, this AI system, we need to implant it in us. That's going to be their solution. That is it. They just haven't presented it yet, but that is it. And he causes all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bond, to receive a mark in their right hand or in their foreheads, that no man might buy or sell, save he had the mark, or the name of the beast, or the number of his name. Here is wisdom. Let him that understandeth count the number of the beast, for is the number of a man, and his number is 666. That's the 666, right there. The number of a man. All right, so understand that this beast is going to be the image of a man. The Most High made man in his image. The beast, hostile empire, are making a man, the AI system, in their image. They're re-engineering the Most High's image and giving you, what I say, Satan's a counterfeit. It's a counterfeit. You want AI kids? That's what it's going to be. I'm telling you, that's what it's going to be. So I want y'all to check this out. This is the science of the mind. So they're already looking they're already looking at how to upgrade the human mind. Y'all check this out.
Our brains are remarkable, miraculous even, but they can't do everything unless we give them a little high-tech help.
When children see the movie The Matrix, and they see Neo jacking an electrode and all of a sudden becoming a gung fu master, the first question they ask is, how can I get one? Well, this does not yet exist, but it's actually physically possible.
The key to transforming learning from an organic process to a machine-like downloading of information is a squiggly bit of brain known as the hippocampus.
The hippocampus is the gateway to memories. Short-term memories are stored right here in the prefrontal cortex, but eventually they have to be transferred to long-term memories, and that's where the hippocampus comes in.
This part of the brain doesn't store the memories, but it does the appropriate conversion.
At the University of Southern California, bioengineer Ted Berger has already proven that a computer chip can replace or enhance brain function.
Right now, what our prosthesis does is to convert a code that's kind of in the middle of the hippocampus to what would be the output of the hippocampus.
They've been able to take mice and access the electrical signals coursing through the hippocampus and record them. And then when they shot the message back into the hippocampus, the mouse remembered the task.
We found that we can not only restore long-term memories, we can enhance the animal's ability to remember. You could think about using devices like this to greatly enhance human memory and to shorten the cycle for learning in terms of downloading huge quantities of memory at a single time.
Chips that augment our hippocampus could very well help us learn faster. So will that make them a must-have for competitive parents?
At that point, it could create an arms race in elementary school. Rumors go out that, well, Jones's kid, he's been enhanced, and our Johnny has to compete with this enhanced kid.
The reality is that with these kinds of technologies, they do not get distributed to everyone at the same time. Some people get it first, some people get it better.
As a society, we have to really think long and hard about
who gets this. If it's just the wealthy, that there are real dangers that they will use it to consolidate their power and their wealth.
Okay, let's get here. 2 Thessalonians 2, 7 through 12. For the mystery of iniquity does already work. This is the mystery of their iniquity. What are they doing? They know doing something evil, right? We know this. But it ain't no mystery anymore, because Yasha, the whole thing is revelations of who? Revelations of Yasha. He's the word. The word is being revealed to us that follow it. Only he who now letteth will let until he be taken out of the way, and then shall that wicked be revealed, whom the Lord shall consume with the spirit of his mouth, and shall destroy with the brightness of his coming. Again, he's gonna be that only light. Even him whose coming is after the working of Satan with all power and signs and lying wonders. They're gonna do a lot of blind wonders and signs. I'm gonna show y'all some. I'm telling you, one thing about the mark is they're gonna say you're gonna be disease free forever. That's gonna be one of the things they're gonna say. You're not gonna be able to say that, oh, I died from this. No, because the mark is gonna allow you to live forever. I'm telling y'all. We're gonna read some more scripture on that though. And it says, and with all deceivableness and unrighteousness in them that perish, because they receive not the love of the truth, that they might be saved. You might be saved if you receive the love of this truth. You might be. But people don't like the love of this truth. They like the love of the world. They like the adoration of people. And for this cause, the highest shall send them a strong delusion. Religion, government parties. Yeah, strong delusions. That's why I say don't talk about what? Religion and politics. Because you're delusion by it. Don't talk about it. You might find out what you believe isn't real. That they should believe a lie, that they all might be damned who believe not the truth, but have pleasure in unrighteousness. They don't want to follow the truth because you have pleasure in unrighteousness. So I'm going to show some more of the lying wonders of the technology that they're going to use, and they have been using, which is Bluebeam. So y'all check this out.
Look at you mortals. Come in the fight.
So how were these genetically modified mosquitoes produced? The process involved engineering mosquitoes with 2 new genes.
What you do first is create or synthesize the DNA you want to insert. So in our case, we use the 2 genes that we inserted, the lethality gene and the fluorescent marker.
The genes were inserted in the genomes of mosquito eggs. The lethality gene makes the developing mosquitoes dependent on the antibiotic tetracycline, which is fed to them in the lab but is not available in the wild. The fluorescent marker gene produces a protein that glows red when exposed to light of a certain wavelength. It tells scientists which mosquitoes have the lethality gene. After the first genetically modified mosquitoes grew into adults, scientists bred them in the lab. These mosquitoes passed on the genetic modification to each new generation, giving rise to a colony of genetically modified mosquitoes, all dependent on tetracycline.
So this is our female room. You can walk in. In these big cages, what we have is our egg-producing colony. In total, about 12,000 females per cage. And they are here to produce the egg. So our genetic modification has been done in 2002. A table inserted in the genome of every single of these mosquitoes, which are here in this room. They lay their eggs in these pieces of paper. All the black little dots are eggs that have been laid.
When scientists plan to release genetically modified mosquitoes into the wild, they collect eggs from this colony. They place the eggs in water, where they hatch into larvae, and then grow into pupae. At this stage, technicians separate the males from the females by size.
These are a female, and that's a male pod.
The male pupae are significantly smaller than the females. Feeding them tetracycline, the antidote to the lethality gene, keeps the mosquitoes alive as they grow into adults.
So we give an antidote in the lab to the mosquito so that they don't die. And then we go release our male into the field.
Male mosquitoes don't bite people, so they will not spread disease, but they live long enough to mate with female mosquitoes.
And then life becomes exciting for them. They get to do what they're best at doing, which is searching females, copulating with those females. And our males will deliver the lethality gene to their children. And in the wild, the babies do not come in contact with the antidote. And there they die.
50 million genetically modified mosquitoes in the Florida Keys to reduce populations of disease-carrying mosquitoes, according to local news reports. According to CNN, the Florida Keys Mosquito Control District currently budgets more than $1 million a year to combat the Aedes aegypti mosquito. The invasive species can spread deadly diseases like dengue fever and the Zika virus. Biotech company Occult designed the modified pests, called OX5034, to produce female offspring that die in the larval stage. In lab testing, just 3% of female offspring survived to adulthood, and these were too feeble to reproduce. Only female mosquitoes bite humans and thus transmit deadly diseases. Males drink nectar, the BBC reports. For the Florida Keys program, Occult genetically engineered male Aedes aegypti to carry a lethal gene. This gene should prevent their female offspring from producing an essential protein, thus killing them before they reach biting age. Environmental groups have warned of unforeseen outcomes. They point to a previous Occult program between 2013 and 2015. Occult released millions of genetically engineered male mosquitoes in Brazil. Some of their female offspring survived long enough to reproduce. Researchers from Yale University say the local population is now likely more resilient, since the population has mixed with strains from Cuba and Mexico that were crossed together to create genetically modified males.
All right, let's get it. So Greek Strong 1504, okay? Image, likeness, representation is icon, okay? Excuse me, icon. Okay. Image, likeness, representation. You see likeness, bust, meaning to be like or resemble. Okay, we're talking about that image now, because the image is going to resemble something. What is it going to resemble? It's not going to be like a blob. It's going to resemble what? The image of the Most High. Read right here. Image or likeness used in Genesis 1:27 to describe humanity being made in the image of the Father, the image of Ahia. So we were made in his image. They're going to make an AI system and put that in that same image that he made. They're going to modify it. That's what they're trying to do with the mark. And the New Testament icon primarily refers to an image of a representation that reflects the form and nature of something else. What is it going to reflect the form and nature of man? It's an AI system, basically a robot. I don't like to use that term, but if you want to use, a humanoid, if you want to use the term cyborg, that's what it is. Make you into a cyborg. It is used to describe both physical likeness, such as idols or statues, or spiritual or moral likeness, such as the image of Ahia in humanity and the likeness of Yasha in believers. So that's the image we need to model ourselves after. But they're going to model their image after AI systems. That's basically what they're doing. Okay. And like it says, the idol shall speak. The image, shall speak. It didn't say it's going to breathe. It's going to speak. Remember that too. Okay. So it's a mirror-like representation referred to what's very close in resemblance. Because that's what we're going to say. Oh, well, it's just your body. We're just upgrading it. People are already going out getting BBLs. They're already going out, speaking to the women anyway, getting the BBLs, going out here getting your breasts done, your lips done, everything done, your face done. You even got some men doing surgery to be taller. You know what I'm saying? Dude want to be taller, getting surgery on his legs, can't even walk right anymore. With the in vitro fertilization, they're showing that we can do this in the lab. Come on, y'all. Think about what they've been doing. So Genesis 1:27. So God created man in his own image, in the image of God, male and female, he created. He created us in his image. That's why it's such a slap to his face to sit up here and do away with that and reverse engineer and allow the beast hostile government empire to put put a mark on you to resemble the image of that AI system beast that they're creating. That's going to speak, not breathe. So let's get the Teslim. It's Hebrew Strong 6754. Okay. It's a representative, a figure, an idol. All right. An image, likeness, an idol. Often translated as an image in the New Testament to describe Christ as the image of Ahia, and believers, like we talked about, image of Christ through the scripture. The Hebrew word teslim primarily denotes an image or likeness. It is used in the context of representing something. The AI image is going to represent a human, a person, a man, a woman, and a creation of Ahia. That's what it's going to represent. And they want to make you like that image, because that image is going to be faster, smarter, stronger. What have they been saying in all these videos? I'm going to show some more in a minute. But let's skip down to, it says, in the ancient Near Eastern, oh yeah, it talks about images created by human hands. That's AI, y'all. That's AI. In the ancient Near Eastern context, images or idols were constantly used in religious practices to represent deities. The AI image is a deity. That's the image of the beast. Or we can say the beast image. Or we can say the evil empire's image. The evil empire's image, are their invention, as we read in the first verses. The evil empire's invention. That's what's going to be. Okay. The biblical use of Teslim to describe humanity as made in God's image was revolutionary, emphasizing the unique relationship between God and humans and inherent dignity of the value of human life. They don't value human life if you haven't picked that up already. They don't care. They just want to live forever because they know they don't want to follow the Father, and that's the only way you're going to get eternal life. So they want to go around and find another way to get it. So it says, the concept of Israelite theology set apart surrounding cultures which deify physical representations. They're going to deify that image and then make that image something that you want to aspire to. Y'all watch this.
This self-improvement is done by yoga practice. There are 64 steps in yoga, called the 64 siddhis, that ultimately allow you to break through the veil of this reality and bring you in contact with the world behind it.
The word siddhi in Sanskrit means perfection. But traditionally this refers to certain capacities that the individual acquires as a result of yogic practices. Imagine that you're in a virtual reality, but you find a way of gaining access to the operating system. You would gain powers that would be very remarkable from the point of view of life within the virtual reality. Well, the concept is that the yogi can do this. Now, the siddhis tend to correspond to what one would call supernatural powers. One of the simplest would be mind-to-mind communication. And you could say that, well, modern technology has imitated that through radio. Likewise, the yoga siddhis would involve the ability to travel to a distant place in a very easy and convenient way. And you could say that, well, technology has developed the airplane and the automobile. So in one sense, you could say the material technology imitates the result that people used to talk about through the development of yoga.
The analogies between Hinduism and transhuman ideas are so apparent that the prospect of a technological transhuman future will most likely not pose much of a problem for Hindu people.
Well, would it be possible for a soul or a conscious self to become linked up with a computer? Maybe it is possible. If the self can be linked up with a brain made of protoplasm, or wetware as it's called, then the soul may be able to link itself with another kind of material organization.
Nevertheless, it is precisely these similarities that may limit Hindu interest in technological progress.
If you focus on external development, then you may create a very nice external structure. It may even be an artificially intelligent computer, but you won't ultimately be able to enjoy that, because that's something external to yourself. Whereas if you focus on internal development, you may be able to elevate your consciousness to the point where you yourself become a super intelligent being. So, in that sense, all effort to develop external technology ultimately benefits something other than the self of the individual.
In the Far East today, people seem to embrace technology, but this has not always been the case.
In East Asia, there was a sort of nativist reaction against science introduced by the West. Science, again, had universalist claims. Scientific truth based on reason has to be universal. And then a nativist reaction would say, you know, this is threatening our traditions. The Middle Kingdom is in the center of the universe. The emperor is the center of the cosmos. All these new ideas coming in with Copernicus and so on, upsetting the established order. Another reaction is to say, well, we're backward economically and otherwise. The Western world is clearly superior in military might and threatening to dominate us. So what we need to do is reject the reasons for our backwardness, which are our own traditions and so on, and adopt science. And science became almost a new religion. The two slogans were Mr. Science and Mr. Democracy.
Technology has boomed in the East since then, especially in Japan, which is probably the most technophiliac nation in the world. This enthusiasm seems to be rooted in some particular elements of the Buddhist and Shintoist tradition.
There is a strong basis in Christianity and also in Western humanism of this idea that the human has a unique soul. A rock doesn't have a soul, a human does, and man is made in the image of God and so on. Whereas in a more animist tradition, like the Japanese one, many things can have soul, and many things can be sacred, including rocks and other inanimate objects. So there is less of a transgression, perhaps, for them in the idea that a machine can be brought to life. The interesting case is Japan because it's so advanced in robot technology, and even on the level of games and virtual reality, the Japanese and the Koreans are way ahead.
In our attitude toward everything surrounding us, we are tended to find a living spirit, not only in human beings, animals, but also everything under the sun. So new technologies, such as robotics or some new machines, we try to relate. Those even machines and robots, they have their own souls or minds.
Konnichiwa. Hello. Hola. Bonjour. Ciao. Привет. Konnichiwa.
In the West, most legends about technology, like that of Icarus or Frankenstein, carry the negative message that humans should refrain from trying to defy the gods. In the East, such negative associations are completely absent.
We have a lot of heroes or heroines, who is a kind of man-made robot which is always helping us when we fight against some evil. But they are always trying to realize the dreams of young children. They use some magic, and they are ushering us into the futuristic world. So we have an image or perception that those machines and new technologies are always enriching our life.
This positive attitude towards robots in their collective imagination and industrial purposes, Eastern robots are often made for providing pleasure and care. This acceptance of modern technology within Eastern religion has found its most prominent propagator in the Dalai Lama.
For example, Ultra Boy, Atom, who is a kind of man-made robot which is always helping us when we fight against some evil. But they are always trying to realize the dreams of young children. They use some magic, and they are ushering us into the futuristic world. So we have an image or perception that those machines and new technologies are always enriching our life.
This positive attitude towards robots in their collective imagination is also reflected in their actual robots. While Western robots are basically built for military and industrial purposes, Eastern robots are often made for providing pleasure and care. This acceptance of modern technology within Eastern religion has found its most prominent propagator in the Dalai Lama. From an early age on, the Dalai Lama has shown great interest in science. He has collaborated in several brain research projects. He claims that he would give up his religious beliefs as soon as they would contradict scientific evidence, and even the prospect of a transhuman future doesn't pose a problem for him. Once he claimed that he might reincarnate into a computer as soon as these machines were powerful enough.
Now, further development of the technology, and eventually a new type of human being, say, due to these machines, something. Then, welcome, no problem. If that comes, and then the reincarnation of the Dalai Lama also may be one of like that.
A religion in which science has played an important role from its very origins is Islam. In fact, The Prophet Muhammad proclaimed that God could be known through science.
Islam emphasized the fact that we can know God. Christianity in the past has emphasized on the mystery of God. God is a mystery. Yes, of course, there are mysterious aspects of God that we cannot know. But still, Islam emphasized the fact that we can know God. First of all, by studying Revelation, which means by studying the Quran. That is one way. But Muslims also believe, based on the Quran itself, that through knowledge of the universe, we can know God. Because God manifests himself in the universe. God gives many, many signs.
In the Quran, more than 750 out of the 6,000 verses are dealing with nature and the urge to study nature through science. This encouragement gave rise to an unprecedented flourishing of knowledge in the centuries after the Prophet. Between 800 and 1500, when Europe retreated into itself and its religion, the Islamic world was the Mecca of science and wisdom. 1,000 years ago, algebra was developed in Baghdad. Hospitals are a Muslim invention. They even had functioning robots, automated puppets that could play music, show the time, or even pour wine. Alcohol is an Arabic word. They invented the distillation process. The Arabic world was cosmopolitan, tolerant, and curious. But by the time their knowledge leaked out to Europe, giving rise to the European Renaissance, the Arabic world closed itself off into its own religion, and the Arabic Golden Age faded away.
After the 16th century, Islamic science declined. Why? A number of religious scholars came to believe that religious sciences were more important than the natural sciences and the social sciences. And these scholars were influential in Muslim society. So Muslims paid more attention to religious sciences than to natural and social sciences. In the course of time, science declined.
Although the Quran describes science and religion as two parallel paths towards the same goal, the religious path has dominated during the last 500 years. In the last few decades, several Muslim countries have acquired great wealth. Agricultural regions turned into megacities within a time span of one generation. But there's little scientific research conducted in these countries compared to other regions with the same affluence. The revival of the sciences has not yet taken place.
There are various things that have held the Arab world back. One of them, arguably, is the fact that they're so oil-rich, which means that money flows into the coffers of the ruling elite, whether they have a modern economy or not. Whereas for the Japanese, for example, there are very few natural resources. They had to build a modern economy and an industry and so on, because otherwise they wouldn't have survived in the modern world. Whereas in Kuwait and Saudi Arabia and so on, the elite survives very well just by selling oil. So I think that's one thing that's kept them back. Another thing is that you need to build a modern economy. You do need a kind of bourgeoisie, and with a certain amount of economic freedom. There is clearly pressure from a rising middle class to push governments into more political and economic liberties. And if they succeed in having more open societies, more liberal regimes, they could indeed start catching up in the way that they are in India. Turkey is already an example of this. Indonesia and Malaysia. Malaysia is already quite rich. Indonesia is not doing so badly. So, I mean, it can easily happen. It depends entirely on what happens politically.
In the past few decades, modern technology has entered the Muslim world, but it became integrated only for its practical uses, without affecting much of Muslim tradition. However, the demand to reopen the discussion between science and religion has surfaced in the past few years, and not only among intellectuals. The internet is full of discussion groups dealing with what is called Islamic science, the reconciliation of science with the Quran. The discussion often refers back to its roots in the Golden Age, but the old position, that science and religion are two separated paths, has to be reviewed as technology today starts to fulfill what the Prophet had predicted, that we can know God through science.
There are debates going on in Muslim societies, and these debates are good because I think in a matter of time, hopefully, some very clear positions will emerge about the relationship between Islam and science.
After 1,000 years of absence, new robots appear in the Arabic world. In the famous camel races of Qatar, the camels, previously mounted by children because of their light weight, are now run by even lighter robots. The Jewish community never made a real functioning robot during the Middle Ages, but they did produce a legend about a robot, the golem, and that story still seems to play an inspirational role in the scientific community of today.
In that building over there, in the classical AI lab, I know at least 4 people who claim to be descendants of Rabbi Leu, who is known as the first Kabbalist who actually built a golem. Rabbi Leu lived in Prague in the 15th or 16th century, and there are a couple of different stories about his golem. And one story is when the golem died, he put the dead golem in the attic of the Prague synagogue, and he created a sentence to revive the golem at the end of all times. And a couple of people in that building, including Marvin Minsky, have been told that sentence on the day of their bar mitzvah. So they have been told by their fathers or grandfathers that they would be the ones who would revive the golem. And of course, then you can easily draw the parallel to AI, right? If you want to revive the golem, okay, you build an AI system. 2 people who actually claim to be descendants. One is Jerry Sussman, a professor here, and the other one is Joel Moses, who is right now provost of MIT. We're sitting together, and they wrote the sentence they have learned to revive the golem on a piece of paper, and it was absolutely the same. So this tradition has actually survived for 400 years. And for me, it's just interesting that this element is so strong in the AI community.
Xavier here. I just stopped to say hi.
And there's one story where the golem comes to life and has on its forehead the terms Yahweh Elohim Emet, which means God the Lord is truth. And he comes to life and removes the aleph, the first letter of the word term Emet, from his forehead, so that the remaining sentence means God the Lord is dead. And its builders, of course, are totally horrified and say, what's going on? I mean, how can you say God is dead? And he says, well, we are created in God's image, and we adore God because God was able to build something so fantastic as us. But if you are not able to rebuild yourself, the people will adore you for building that, and not God anymore. But as soon as God is not adored anymore, he might as well be dead.
The Orthodox Hasidic community believes that the end of human life on earth is near. At that moment, the new Messiah will come just as all knowledge of God is known, and the world will be filled with the Word of God. The acceleration in technology's advances seems to indicate that this moment is approaching. To speed up the event, Rabbi Yosef Kazan took the initiative to put the Holy Scripts online.
The prophecy of Isaiah is that the time will come when the world will be filled with the knowledge of God, just as the ocean covers the sea. And it's a prophecy which was said by Isaiah many, many years ago. We today are able to actually see this happen. Today you have the Iridium satellites, which are bringing the entire world connected into one small unit, where telephone technology, wireless technology is being able to bring everybody together. This is something unheard of and undreamt of in the past. But these were prophecies which we heard of from our sages. And just as we heard those prophecies and we're seeing their fulfillment and they're happening, so will the other prophecies happen where we know that the coming of Mashiach and the coming of the Messiah will happen. Technology is enabling us to actually see this happen.
The earlier periods of history, and we have, say, 3 pretty good-sized messiahs between 600 BC and 700 AD. We have Buddha, we have Christ, we have Muhammad. Produced over the whole planet, more or less, a system of the self. It's not clear that this unification of the self around what we would call probably today ego in Freudian language was fully formed before that period of time. And the interesting thing is that Buddha both invokes the ego and then contradicts it and says, don't go there. All right, Buddha both invokes the ego and then contradicts it and says, don't go there. All right, it exists, and here I am making you conscious of it, but this is how you free yourself of it. Christ does the same thing, and Christ says that the way to freedom from ego is through love. And Buddha says that it's through non-attachment. So this produces what we would call modern materialistic culture. You know, it takes some time to work through culture, and culture evolves and iterates through it, and so we now have modern materialistic culture in which the ego is prized above all other developments. Well, that game is over. But the software upgrade is not coming through the manifestation of a person.
Not so much in the form of a person or a teaching, but I would almost say the internet is the Messiah. You know, Marshall McLuhan said that the age of the Holy Ghost would be manifest by the descent of electricity over the entire planet. He identified electricity with third person of the Trinity. In that sense, then, we are now living in the age of the Holy Spirit, and the internet is its vessel.
The concept that a global network of human beings will result in an entity of higher form is an idea that originates in the theories of Pierre Teilhard de Chardin. Teilhard was a Jesuit priest who was also a scholar dedicated to the study of the evolution of man. This combination of interests gave rise to his philosophical work, in which he attempted to reconcile Christianity with Darwinism. Through his scientific research, he saw that life was evolving to ever more complex forms. At the beginning, there was no life on Earth, only dead matter, the geosphere. But out of this dead matter, life evolved, creating a new layer, the biosphere on top of the geosphere. This life evolved to ever more complex animals with more complex nervous systems until we arrive at humans, the first species with a reflective consciousness. For Teilhard, however, there is no reason to believe that evolution would stop at the level of human beings. We are just the first step of a new layer on top of the biosphere, the sphere of thoughts and reflection, which he called the noosphere. We are the building blocks that will evolve to higher unities of consciousness. And when this evolution is traced further to infinity, all life will finally unite into one complex conscious entity that Teilhard called the Omega Point, or God. Human population has spread over the world, transforming the biosphere into a conscious sphere. Some theorists now identify the internet, which turns the world into one global village, as the first step to merge all human consciousness into such higher form of complexity. It might seem a rather far-fetched interpretation of what telecommunication offers today, but there are some people, even within the scientific community, who consider the merging of our consciousness to be plausible in the future.
If you have 100 people who each are good at different things, maybe you should make one bigger one that has the best parts of all that. So once people are machines, you could say, why don't we combine these and condense it and make it more elegant? So we have to have a new idea about existence.
The person who formulated this idea in its most elaborate form is Frank Tipler.
Life is basically computing. So what we should think of this life in the far future as being computers. The real essence of life, however, is not the hardware, but the software, the programs in the computers. For example, we humans might decide to upload ourselves into computer memory banks, which will then go out and colonize nearby stars. They will be virtual humans, not humans at the lowest level of reality, which is what we now are, but you might think of a spiritualized aspect of ourselves. This is solid science, but now science and religion have become intertwined. I can use either language, scientific language or religious language, to describe exactly the same thing. Human beings in the far future will be primarily virtual humans. And it is those virtual humans that will get into tiny spaceships and travel to the distant stars, colonize those nearby stars, start the same process again. What will happen is the universe will be slowly but surely converted from its current dead matter state into a living matter state. In the far future, the entire universe will be one gigantic computing machine.
Tipler believes that at the end of times, the whole universe will become one cosmic computer network. Whether this is plausible depends on how the universe will further evolve. Since the Big Bang, the universe has been expanding farther and farther. Stars are moving away from each other and lose their energy. After a while, the distances will be so great that communication between different places in the universe will become impossible. Finally, everything will fall apart in dust. Atoms will disintegrate into smaller parts until nothing more is left. But Tipler believes that this will never be the case. According to the law of gravitation, matter attracts matter, and this is slowing down the expansion. Tipler calculated that there is enough matter in space to stop the expansion and reverse it, so that the universe will start contracting again.
As time proceeds further, the universe begins to collapse. Life extracts gravitational energy until finally the entire biosphere evolves into the omega point. Now, the omega point is not in time. It is not in space. It's beyond space and time. It's the ultimate limit. The omega point is omniscient. It knows everything that can be known. It has infinite power. We can call it omnipotent, and it exists throughout all space. We can call it omnipresent. So I can identify the omega point with God.
Tipler gives us a clear concept of God. It is an intelligent computer network, a network that will enclose the whole universe. It will contract to a single point, but according to the relativity theory, when space becomes zero, time and energy will become endless. This minuscule but cosmic computer network will live in eternity with eternal energy. And the good news is that it will be able to save us all.
The resources available to life in the far future will be so great that they can bring us back into existence, each individual person, as a computer emulation, as a perfect simulation. And that will be you and me, reborn, resurrected, to use the ancient religious terminology. We will be resurrected in time by these super beings. Think of us in religious terms as being resurrected by the angels. Now, then, once we are resurrected, we will never have to die again.
So, according to Tipler, God will be at the end of all times, but he is already present today, because as he is beyond space and time, he is able to turn back in time. And that is what Tipler believes God sometimes does. He leaves messages for us, telling us what we should do to create him.
The crucial verse of the Bible, Moses asked God for his name, and in Exodus 3:14, God replies in Hebrew, Ehyeh Asher Ehyeh. I shall be who I shall be. Future tense. God was telling Moses in the very beginning that he has to be thought of as future tense. Now that is how the omega point, who exists in the ultimate future, affects the universe now. By logical necessity, the universe has to do certain things now in order to force it into this pattern, in order to force it into the omega point in the ultimate future. And it has to evolve that way if, grossly speaking, the laws of physics are to be consistent.
Another person who in his thinking combines the prospect of a transhuman era with the biblical tradition is the contemporary prophet Rael. Rael is a former race car driver whose life changed completely after he was visited by aliens.
Le 13 décembre, au matin, j'allais à mon bureau et j'ai quelque chose qui m'a poussé à continuer jusqu'à un volcan éteint. Et là, j'ai stoppé ma voiture et à pied, je suis allé au centre du cratère où je n'avais absolument rien à faire. Et là, j'ai regardé le ciel et j'ai vu une lumière clignotante très, très violente. Et doucement, quelque chose est descendu et une trappe s'est dépliée. Et là, un être est sorti. Et il m'a expliqué par la suite qu'il était un des Elohim qui sont venus il y a très longtemps créer la vie sur Terre. Voilà comment ça a commencé. Et le mot lui-même, Elohim, est très important. Il est le mot qui est dans la Bible. Et chose choquante pour les gens à qui j'explique cela, la Bible est le plus ancien livre athée du monde. Il n'y a pas de Dieu dans la Bible. Il y a le mot Elohim qui, en hébreu, veut dire ceux qui sont venus du ciel. Évidemment, pour tout être primitif, ce qui vient du ciel, c'est Dieu. Mais nous commençons à voyager dans l'espace, nous commençons à nous échapper de cette petite planète bleue, et nous sommes en train de comprendre qu'il peut y avoir de la vie sur d'autres planètes, que cette vie peut, tout comme nous, voyager, et donc qu'on peut venir du ciel sans forcément être un Dieu. Ils peuvent envisager de revenir.
Rael was chosen by the aliens to bring us the message of their second coming. They asked him to build an embassy where they can land and meet the press and our world leaders.
Ils souhaitent que l'ambassade, si possible, soit construite près de Jérusalem. Pourquoi ? Parce que le premier laboratoire où ont été fabriqués les premiers hommes, Adam et Ève, était situé près de Jérusalem. Donc, sentimentalement, ils aimeraient revenir à cet endroit-là, où tout a commencé, pour, en fait, boucler la boucle. Alors, on a demandé de nombreuses fois au gouvernement israélien l'autorisation, c'est pas une question de moyens, mais l'autorisation.
The discourse about technology is not a rational debate anymore. The prospect of a transhuman era affects us all. Most conflicts will probably occur in the cultures that are influenced by the biblical tradition, where humans are granted a central role in the universe. After the first taboo, that the Earth is not the center of the universe, and the second, that we originate from apes, which is still not digested, we are now confronted with the last taboo, that we are not the end of evolution. But whether and how this further evolution will take place still remains, at this moment at least, a human, perhaps all too human, decision.
We may be on the threshold of acquiring godlike capacities. However, we will only, at best, through the agency of technology, become 2/3 the deity as described in the great biblical tradition that has been the inspiration of the Western world for thousands of years. That is to say, we may reach toward a kind of omniscience, we may reach toward a kind of omnipotence. Those are two facets of the divine according to the great tradition. But technology is never going to be able to transform us into divinely loving, merciful, or compassionate beings. That part, the moral dimension of our technological deification, remains a problem, remains a choice, remains a uniquely human challenge. And in that sense, Techno-calyps does not change human history. I invented this word techno-calyps to describe what seemed to me a process that I could observe around me. Techno-calyps, meaning the convergence of two seemingly unrelated things, the apocalyptic imagination, which has been around for centuries, and the rise of modern technology. And the connection seems to be this. The apocalyptic imagination is based on one fundamental idea, and that is that human life on Earth, and Earth itself, all existence is going to be transformed through the influence of a divine intervention. Now, that idea seems to be deeply rooted in human consciousness, but what is interesting is that we now have the technology to translate some of those fundamental dreams, those archetypal visions of the human species, into reality. The difference, of course, is that it is we human beings that are transforming the Earth and transforming ourselves. That's the surprise of history, that a vision that began as a prophetic and religious vision now seems to be in the process of being appropriated by humanity itself. And that convergence is what I mean by Techno-calyps.
Neil Armstrong, Michael Collins, Edwin Buzz Aldrin. 3 men to represent the culmination of a dream and the beginning of a new concept of reality.
I look at space exploration, artificial intelligence, nuclear weapons, cyberspace, and genetic engineering as all essentially religious projects. I spent some weeks at the archives in NASA, where the archivist had, simply out of his own interest, collected a great volume of documents about religion, and no one had ever looked at it before. And as I was reading it, I got more and more terrified, really, because the otherworldly aspect of the space program, let's say, divine pretensions. The origins of manned spaceflight, in Russia, it goes back to Tsiolkovsky, who preached that it was mankind's destiny to dominate the cosmos and become reunited with God, and that space exploration was the means to that end. And he was really the father of modern rocketry. In the United States, von Braun, the Nazi rocket scientist who was brought here, he became a born-again Christian, and he argued that human beings must go into space as part of their cosmic destiny to spread the gospel.
So they rose through the atmosphere toward the open vacuum, a journey that was to be a door to the future.
All right, so you see the end of the video I showed there, and you see what I want to show the intro last. Do you see those messages about the earth coming from nothing, wrapping around the sun? We were here 13 billion years. We came from monkeys. We need to get away from that Bible. That's their message when they're telling you about this stuff. I'm just trying to open your eyes, but, you know, only a higher can make y'all see. Blessed be the eyes that do see. I bless the brothers and sisters that see this, because I can't just talk about this with everybody. People will think I'm crazy, but they're doing it, and the Bible says it, and we can see it. But to put it all in its context and see this is their end game, oh, that's crazy. Why? What's crazy about it? Right here it says in 2nd Esdras 8 and 56 through 58. For when they had taken liberty, they despised the Most High, thought scorn of his law, and forsook his ways. Moreover, they have trodden down his righteousness, and said in their heart that there is no Elohim, there is no God, that they say. Yea, and that knowing they must die. These people know that they're going to die. That's why they're trying so hard to live forever. That's why they're working so hard at this. Let's get to Revelation 9 and 6. And in those days shall men seek death, and shall not find it, and shall desire to die, and death shall flee from them. This is what I'm saying. This mark, when you take the mark of the image and you worship in the image, family, it's not going to kill you. like I said, saying is everything up front. You're gonna cure this disease, cure this cancer, cure this AIDS, cure that, cure this. And what's gonna happen? On the back end, you're gonna break out in grievous sores, and to the point it says, men in those days shall seek death. They're gonna be trying to off themselves and not gonna be able to do it. They're not gonna be able to do it. And I think they're gonna use nanotechnology, my opinion, but they're not gonna be able to do it. So this is where they get the whole zombie thing from. Thinking about it, breaking out in sores and wishing that you can die. That's why they got all these zombie movies, and I find it not particularly clever, but you know, they're not the smartest people in the world. Why would you make a movie with the Palestinians or people in the Middle East attacking the quote-unquote chosen people, so-called, over there in the land, and you make them look like zombies? Man, these people be telling themselves in movies, and I'll be trying to tell folks, they tell on themselves. It's not just entertainment. You gotta look, what's the message? Okay? Peep game with that, man. That's the whole zombie thing. That the zombie thing is also a mockery of the resurrection. There's two of them. There's a resurrection for righteousness, and 1,000 years later, there's a resurrection of shame, which those will be thrown into the lake of fire. So let's get to the conclusion, man. 2nd Esdras 11:38-46. Hear thou, I will talk with thee, and the highest shall say unto thee, art not thou it that remainest of the 4 beasts? Talk about them beasts. See why they remove this book? It's saying the same thing all the other books say. The same thing. All of them. Whom I made to reign in my world, that the end of their times might come through them. The end of the time is going to come through those 4 beasts. We are in the 4th beast, family. Do you see why time is important? You see why Satan says he has a short time? His time is very short right now. You got to be vigilant, man. And the 4th came and overcame all the beasts that were past, and had power over the world with great fearfulness, and over the whole compass of the earth with much wicked oppression. And so long time dwelt he upon the earth with deceit. This 4th beast, this Roman Catholic kingdom of an empire, has destroyed and pillaged and taken all the resources from the earth. Edom has them all. That's why it says Edom is the end of the world, and Jacob is the beginning of it that followeth. Because Edom's going to destroy it to the point where he's going to destroy everybody in it, including himself. The Most High going to have to stop it. For the earth has not judged with truth. What? People tell me, oh, stuff is judged, stuff's all right. Why are you so down? The earth has not judged with truth. Have you seen how much injustice is out here? You know that they're allowing that, right? That's not by accident, right? For thou hast afflicted the meek, thou hast hurt the peaceable, thou hast loved liars. These people in the pulpit, thou hast loved liars. These people sitting behind podiums giving speeches, thou hast loved liars. These people flash these Thugnificent and Cardi B's, and thou hast loved liars, and destroyed the dwellings of them that brought forth fruit, and have cast down the walls as such did thee no harm. There's no justice, no peace. That's not just a saying, that's a fact. Ain't no peace because ain't no justice. And justice only comes with righteous judgment. People don't even want to judge anymore. I don't want to judge. Yeah, I know he killed 6 people, but I don't want to judge. I know she got 8 baby daddies and 5 kids, but I don't want to judge. Like, bro, what you mean you don't want to judge? That's what's wrong. People think it's okay. Well, you ain't gonna judge me. I can keep doing it. What if the judge said that when you went to court being a mass murderer? I don't want to judge you. Oh, I'm gonna go kill 5 more people then. Therefore, is thy wrongful dealing came up to the highest, and thy pride unto the mighty. The first sin was pride. It wasn't murder, it was pride. And it's gonna be so much sin, it's gonna reach heaven. Doesn't it say the same thing about Babylon? Let's keep reading. Mystery Babylon, by the way. The highest also hath looked upon the proud times, and behold, they are ended. All your parties is done, and his abominations are fulfilled. All these abominations, they will be fulfilled. And what's going to happen? And therefore appear no more thou eagle. Why does he say eagle? What is America's bird? What is America's bird? Why does it say and thou eagle right there, family? What was the little mustache man's bird? What was the Roman's bird? Y'all gonna get this word. And therefore appear no more thou eagle, nor thy horrible wings, nor thy wicked feathers, nor thy malicious heads, nor thy hurtful claws, nor all thy vain body. He says it's over for the eagle. Why would he say this? In this same book of Esdras, he says Edom is the end of the world. Who's he talking to? Why would you want to follow that system? It's going to lead to destruction. Let me read this last part. That all the earth may be refreshed and may return, and being delivered from thy violence, and that she may have, that she may hope for the judgment and mercy of him that made her. So yeah, this is why y'all said he got to bring a new earth, because he gonna have to, it's gonna be a cleansing. And the first cleansing came with water. The first cleansing came with water. The second one's coming with fire, family. I'm telling you the truth. They don't want this message to get out, and that's okay, because it's gonna hit the people that need to hear it. And with that being said, I bid you farewell and shalom, family. Much love and peace to you. Holla at y'all.
Said, wait a minute, wait a minute.
Y'all niggas need to be up in the church.
First of all, you're not gonna speed past that like you didn't just say what you just said.
Disciples Doctrine.
Standing in the lobby, got the full metal jacket in. Might burn the crooked Vatican. Watch me push the javelins. God body praises to a higher looking Lazarus. They worshiping them idols, fleshly kings, good as sacrilege. Try to smoke us like a cool J. Look at cannabis, shaking in they boots, looking like they took a laxative. Wanting in them balances, the averages is calculus. Found the missing tribes, Lord, please excuse our absence.
It's God body, he done build a temple now with hands. God body, hottest RPGs in Pakistan. God body, they deacon horoscopes until they fade. God body, they ain't never tax collection play.
This is dependent referrals, old school brother Diane Curl. House Negro sure to hate that man, if that man feral. Just a lone wolf captain, rocking all black apparel. Who like a Spanish caballero with the flat sombrero. War is what I'm declaring, still running the block like Aaron. Steady watching for carrots who copied Kamala Harris. Perish the Babylon, perish beyond Paris. Apparent they all heretics, Bobby done shot Sherry. Knock forwards, buffalo shooters out here in Costco. No domo Eddie got the bravado, coppers Gestapo. Trump swear by the churches, most people honor Apollo. Whining like Moscato, still trying to price the lotto. Nobody's promised tomorrow, either Uncle Sam or the son of man. You gotta choose 100 grand. Understand who the Hall of Fame, Randall Cunningham. Niggas Alice in Wonderland, just supply and demand.
It's God body, he done build a temple now with hands. God body, hottest RPGs in Pakistan. God body, they deacon horoscopes until they fade. God body, they ain't never tax collection play. God
who's the racist in synagogues? Who's the face of the intercom? Planned Parenthood famous for killing babies in the mall. Seen a bunch of mating calls, got the nation in the fall. You at the trap, they want you niggas steal when you take a charge. You either follow it or serve the monolith. Taxes to the provinces, the opposite of consciousness. Boy, you fake counterfeit, that's why you used to politics. evil boomerang. Who's to blame? Judah heavy as a sewer plate. They asked me would a slave be wrong to sue the state. Even now they give out life sentences for 28. We reservoired up and kept the sword tucked. Prepare to shoot a movie Sunday night, no cut. I mean no tubing, so grooving. Let me cook, it's no so shit. Gone soup. It's God body. He done build a temple now with hands.